Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Development Control Committee A at Mid Suffolk District Council. Can I first of all just remind us some of the domestic arrangements for today? Can I please ask that your microphones are muted when you're not speaking? That please, we do not interrupt each other. We do that by putting up our hands if we wish to speak. Members are reminded not to use the messaging or the chat function during the meeting. It is to members are reminded not to use the messaging and chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded that they should not have alternative communication lines open, such as Teams chat, and that if you are contacted by a third party during an application, please bring this to the attention of the legal advisor. Please remember that if you are attending the meeting to speak and you do persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you'll be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair of the meeting by using the hands up function. And that we will be using the e-voting system for this meeting. If you're experiencing a poor connection issue, in the first instance, please just try turning your camera off. If this does not work, please then turn off all incoming video. These options can be found under the 3 dots in the main information bar. I'd just like to remind everyone present this meeting is being broadcast live to the internet and will be capable for repeated viewings. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you're making a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded. And by entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Now I'd like to just use some introductions. We have Ian Deprez, who is our legal advisor. Good morning, Ian. Robert Carmichael, who's our governance officer. Good morning again, Robert. We have Gemma Walker and John Pateman G, who are the area planning managers. Good morning to both of you. And we have the case officers present for today, Bradley Heffer, Daniel Cameron and Alex Scott. So good morning. During the at Mid Suffolk District Council, when there is an application in the ward of the member may speak but may not vote on that. So we have ward members present today who will be speaking will be Sarah Mansell, John Whitehead, Tim Passmore and Richard Mayer. And we have had some written correspondence as well from Councillor Geek. But we'll move on. First item onto the agenda is apologies for absence and substitutions. Can I ask the governance officer for a roll call of members present, please?
Thank you, Chair. So we have in attendance all members, apart from Councillor Eburn, who has given her apologies, and Councillor Stringer is substituting this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 2 is to receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. Are there any to declare? I'd just like to declare that I am the county councillor for the Threadling division, in which one of the the last application is within my division.
Can I make a similar declaration?
Yes, Councillor Field.
I'm a county councillor for the Gipping Valley division, and the development in Whitton is in my division.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make any declarations? No, thank you very much. Any declarations of lobbying to members? Yeah, Councillor Mayor. Councillor Mayor, do you just want to come in and say which one?
Beg your pardon, 7A.
Yeah, I think we've probably all had the same. Councillor Muller?
Yes, 7A, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, 7A. Yes.
Yeah.
John Matheson.
I would imagine everyone has received 7A. If they haven't, the only exception might be Councillor Stringer, because obviously he's substituting.
Pretty sure I have. One received so many of them, it gets difficult to remember.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, agenda item number 4 is declarations of personal site visits. Have anyone got any declarations of site visits to declare?
Well, I've been to the Elmswell site several times.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matheson. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Next item is agenda item number 5,
sorry.
confirmation. Sorry, Councillor Mansell.
Sorry, yeah, I know I'm not voting on the Elmswell one, but I have obviously visited the site.
That's fine. Yeah. I think it's mainly really for the voting members. Okay. Thank you. Next item, agenda item 5, is confirmation of the minutes of the meeting that were held on the 9th of December 2020. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? No. Could I therefore have a proposer for the minutes and a seconder, please?
I will propose them.
Thank you,
John
Councillor
Matheson.
Thank you.
I'm
And who
happy
would
to
like-
second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. The governance officer will now conduct an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app and go on the plus sign on the agenda in the top right-hand corner, where there will be the attendance and voting will come up. The vote will appear shortly in light blue colour under the point for minutes. I will just start the vote. The vote has now started, so it should appear momentarily in light blue. If members aren't logged into the modern.gov app, I will take your votes verbally in just a moment after other members have voted. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you, Chair. All members have voted, and that is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, the minutes of the meeting have been confirmed and they'll be signed at the next practical opportunity. Agenda item number 6 is to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. Have we had any, please?
We have received. I apologise, Chair. I think there may have been an error in that vote last time. If we could just very briefly go back, I sincerely apologise. It appears that Councillor Passmore and Councillor Stringer didn't appear on my side of the system as not voting on that point. Could I please just ask for their votes on that?
Yeah, agreed, but I haven't. The voting strip hasn't come up on my my laptop, unfortunately.
Same here. I'll struggle to find it, but yeah, 4.
Could you just ask us? Sorry to interrupt, Chairman. Just remind me again where to find it in case I have made a mistake, but I can't see it's not coming up.
Double click on the agenda. The blue line will then come across.
Yeah, we've had that. Yeah.
And then at the top of the page. What's it say at the top of the page?
It's the plus sign, Councillor, and that should bring up a box that says attendance/voting.
Yeah, the agenda has downloaded with the blue line, but it won't come up on the screen.
Okay. Is there a plus sign at the end of the blue bar? At the very end on the right. You click on the plus sign, it should open up.
There should, on the top row, Councillor, when you open the agenda, there should be a plus sign.
Right, it's just coming up now, so I should be all right next time. Sorry about
Fantastic.
that. Thank you.
Apologies for that, Chair, and I will note if that does happen again.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. You were just about to say.
Yep, apologies, Chair. So we have received one valid petition associated with an application before us today, and that is for application 7A on the agenda. And I will read out the petition statement and can confirm that 212 valid signatures have been received with regard to this application. So we, the undersigned, petition the council to retain the mature oak tree growing in the verge next to School Road, Elmswell, if any road widening scheme goes ahead. This oak tree has stood in its prominent position for at least 150 years and is an impressive and much loved landmark in the village. Its age, historical significance and ecological value mean that it must be saved and should not fall victim to any road widening scheme undertaken because of a nearby housing development. I believe that this will be commented on by the case officer in their presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we note receipt of the petition in accordance with agenda item number 6. So thank you very much. Okay, agenda item number 7. We move on to the schedule of the planning applications. Are we happy to go ahead with the agenda item, the next item? Has the parish council been contacted?
They're now here. Thank you, Chair.
Lovely. Okay, so we'll proceed as in the papers. So the addenda item 7A is DC 1802146, land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell. And I'll now invite the case officer, John Pateman-G, to introduce the application to the committee. John, over to you, please.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Just bear with me one moment while I attempt to share the presentation. Wrong one. Hang on, that's not right. It's just. Let me just try that one more time. And is that seen full screen to everybody, and everybody can see the presentation?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Unfortunately, when you present something, you can't actually see anybody else, so it's very difficult to work out what everybody else is seeing. Thank you, and good morning. So this is land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell, and it is a outline planning application for up to 86 dwellings, and I'll come back to the proposal as we go through the presentation. So this is Elmswell. I think you should be able to see my cursor, Elmswell, and it's proposed just north of the A14. So we've got Elmswell, and we've got the site in the orange there, if you can see that, hopefully. It is a key service centre at this time. And we have the aerial map, and this shows the proposal to the west side of the village with access to School Road, which runs alongside, which leads to both the village centre and to the east and out to the south and connects up to the A14. It is south of the railway line, which is running across the centre of the slide, and it's got its own station in Elmswell, and the railway line itself forms the northern boundary of the site. Now, I must admit, I always mispronounce this. Parnell Lane runs alongside the site in terms of the built form of the proposed site. It is a public right-of-way, and it is also a driveway that leads to Elmswell Hall. There is a small tunnel under the there's a level crossing and a pedestrian tunnel. So the level crossing for vehicles to go over, but there's a small pedestrian tunnel that goes under at this point of the railway line. And you can see in the green, hopefully, the other parts of the public rights of way that goes off into the countryside. The lane itself has an avenue of small trees that are a useful landmark in the photos later. And the east boundary is the back of gardens to the existing development within the village, while the south boundary beyond is open to other development and the countryside. The site itself is fairly flat. The railway line is elevated. As it comes out of Elmswell, it becomes more elevated in the landscape. You can probably see the banking of the land indicated here as it goes out and leaves Elmswell. We also should point out that we have St John's Church, which is a grade 2-star listed building. We also have the Elms houses just next door, which are grade 2 listed and away from the site. But they are important to pick up because of the development that goes all the way down to the junction for various roadworks, which we'll talk about later. In terms of the site itself, it is adjacent to the current settlement boundary, but there is no specific allocations on the site itself in the current local plan. In the emerging joint local plan, now Reg 19, be it of limited weight, it is an allocated site. It is LA 065. And you'll also note that the settlement boundary, which is this purple line, has been sought to be extended as part of the joint local plan as well. This is the indicative master plan for the proposal. It includes local equipped area of play. It also includes land for the early years site. That's part of the package of benefits for this development. We have the framework proposal with the application, although not updated in respect of the cycleway. I'll come back to that later. In order to sort of outline sort of the various zoning of the site. So we have obviously been here before in respect of this item, because previously we went away to look at more details over the junction and the highways matters raised at the time, but I will go through the photos just one more time for the sake of completeness. So we start our photo journey again. We have School Avenue to the right and existing properties just past the bus stop, which is just in the picture there. And essentially that is the corner of the site that we're looking at. School Road is paved at least on one side, in this case at two at the moment, but as we go along it is paved at least on one side of the road from start to finish. But it isn't the case for the entire length that it is paved on both sides. So if we just go slightly left, we can see the development on the opposite side to the site. So the site is just in the background, and on the opposite side is existing residential development. That doesn't go all the way along. There is an open patch of land on the corner as we approach it. So we are on the south is an open boundary at the moment to the site, and we will just carry on looking along this road. This is the southeast corner of the field at the moment, and we're carrying on walking along the road, heading towards the corner. And we carry on onwards. So we're now looking roughly where the new access will be to serve the development, and we can see the backs of the existing end of the village to the right. And we look again to the existing end of the backs of the houses. And we turn around and we now look at the small trees that form the avenue of the lane. And this is the corner of the site, the other corner of the site as well. And this is then the corner of the road as it swings around and heads up towards the church. So various shots of the current open field. Looking again at the back of those houses, again at the back of the house as well, as you go into the village. And we are getting towards nearly to the corner. Obviously, the drop in levels at this point is more noticeable, and the trees lead off to where you have the crossing to the railway line, and you can see the railway line as it sort of elevates itself going off into the distance. And we've now reached the corner with the footpath to the right, as you can see with the footpath sign that goes off that way. And at the corner, we've dropped down probably to the lowest level at this point, as far as the site is concerned. We're just sort of standing in front of the site, and we're looking up to the St John's Church in the distance, in the far distance. And then we then start to follow School Road. So we're leaving the site at this point now as we follow the road. So we continue along what is now perhaps a more narrow path, not wide enough for two people to pass. The road is just about wide enough for passing traffic, but I will admit that twice in my visit, I've got a van and a car decided to mount the path when faced with a larger vehicle coming in the opposite direction. We can also pause at this point just to look at this oak tree on the right-hand side. Now, this has been the subject of a petition that was mentioned at the beginning since the last committee, and I believe it's actually possibly been in the newspaper as well. Now, I'm going to be honest here. I admit I thought this was a loss to the scheme previously, but I have been proven wrong. And I'm generally very glad to be proven wrong. And I would say, perhaps unusually, I believe this sentiment to be shared very solidly by the applicant and their representatives. This tree will now be protected, not just by a piece of paper, which is in progress at the moment for a tree preservation order, but also because we have changed the scheme to ensure that the development for the cycle route will go around it. And we'll come back to that in a little while. So the existing path, as you see here, will be diverted and removed. The road itself will physically be widened very slightly, but it will not affect the tree as the infrastructure is already effectively there. Any remaining part of the path will be reverted back into soft verge, to achieve the 5.5 meters needed. And obviously there's a little verge on the other side as well, so there's plenty of room to do that. And the any remaining path will be converted back into the soft verge and serve the tree. I will come back to that with the plans in a little while, but we'll continue our journey on the photos for the moment. So when these pictures were taken, it was 9:10 in the morning, and we've travelled almost to the end of School Road where we reach Church Road. The church is on the far right. We have the listed church, and we have the listed almshouses just there as well. Just turning around at that point, we see the line of trees, that is the avenue of the lane. And just past the 30-mile-an-hour sign. The whole road is 30 miles an hour, and a significant landscape buffer is part of the considerations around the site at that end. Just to put into context as you're looking around in various angles. And finally, we're at the junction. So just to put the junction into context, this is essentially, in my view, the entrance to the village from the A14 as you come up the hill and you enjoy the setting of the church and the almshouses before faced with a choice of ways through Elmswell. So you've got the almshouses just on the right there. As you're coming into the village, it'll be on the left. And you're faced with a choice of direction at this point, as you can see by the signs. Now, the signs are all trying to encourage everybody to go through the school road, especially in terms of industrial traffic. Now, this proposal includes improvements to this junction and to realign and widen it, and it is considered to be needed for good reason, perhaps fairly well demonstrated by this picture. This is a typical problem for the junction, both a safety issue and a delay, because ultimately cars or other vehicles have to wait for this situation to resolve itself. And so I have some other examples of some pictures of the junction, just to get you an overarching view of that kind of issue at the moment. And then we jump right back to the beginning. The site is now back to the left-hand side. And this time we shall very quickly just travel from the site into the village. So as we go into the village itself, obviously this is more built up. On School Road we have a fire and rescue service with police, which I think are on the left in this picture. We have fish and chips, hairdressers, a Chinese takeaway, and various properties of various ages and styles. We also have a Wesley Chapel, which will be a community hub. This picture was taken a little while ago, so I'm sure works have moved on from this point. And we have a pub next door to that, all within a very short distance of the site itself. And then the remaining road that leads to the junction, and to the left of that is the railway crossing and then the station, and also other shops. So a lot of photos. Thank you for bearing with me as we got through those. But I think walking the entire route is important to understand the location of the site and some of the issues for Elmswell. Let's jump back to the junction for the moment. This will include realignment, widening, a pedestrian crossing point from widened paths, and a shared path for cycle and footpath use. No traffic lights. This is not part of the proposal. We have re-evaluated this. We have gone back, and a member from the Highways Authority from the County Council is also with us today as well to help answer any questions. We are not seeking traffic lights as part of this proposal. and is not sought to be secured either. The proposal before us is what is needed for the burden of this particular development, bearing in mind other developments within the area, and it increases the safety of the junction for everybody as well. So this is the proposal. There is no future proposal. This is the proposal that is being presented to members. While we have a cycleway from the development secured, which is a significant length of infrastructure, we also have an option which will be for future consideration, but land option for going around the church to further extend that cycleway as well, which is good because I think it's a clear linkage to eventually get to Woolpit that the county would like to see. The current revision of the joint local plan has picked this up, and it is also a local ambition, I believe. Just a close up to the junction works. This is the same slide as before, just a bit closer. You can see the points of the pedestrian crossing. The path to the right is realigned, so it's increased out. So essentially pedestrians can see around the corner further without stepping onto the road compared to the current situation. The dark line is the new alignment. The grey line is the current alignment. So it just sort of steps out a little bit further to allow you to get a little bit more vision as you're looking around that corner. The opposite side is obviously there's less curvature to concern yourself there, but again, being realigned as well. Now, in order to try and explain this a bit more, I've attempted to do a bit of colouring in, and I'm not sure if it's any better or worse than my children at the moment, but in terms of helpfulness, I hope this helps a bit further for members to understand the proposal. So what we've done here is that in pink is essentially the existing road that's there at the moment and the arrangement at the moment. The sky blue section is essentially the extended road area, and the grey on both sides, so the grey here and the grey here, is the footpath or combined footpath and cycleway. Back to the site itself, which is just to the north here. Since the last committee, this plan has changed, and you will see the cycle route and path are now rerouted to go and steer, but forget the pun, past the valued oak tree. So this is a close-up of the same slide again. And I'm now wishing, to be fair, that I would also colour this in pink and blue, but please bear with me. The thick black line, which are these lines here, as you can see, is the proposal in respect of the proposed new road and widening. The grey lines are the existing features of the road and road alignment. So the road, the widening of the road along the road is not going to be uniform. It does have to respect the tree and work to control speed, which I hope is demonstrated here. The obviously in terms of the corner, you'll see the widening is a lot more. We're going out further, but to be fair, in my opinion, that's almost another lane as you're coming around that corner, in order to resolve what is a tight corner. On this corner, I'll be honest, I've obviously been working in Mid-Suffolk for a very long time. I've gone to Elmswell many times. In my experience, when you currently turn this bend and there is a vehicle, HGV, coming in the other way, you do breathe in and hope the car is doing the same. Your officers also on this occasion have recommended a condition on the finer details of the widening and improvements across the entire scheme, in terms of the road widening and the junction, to be agreed with the local planning authority and not just with the highways authority. We feel it's reasonable to ensure a high quality piece of infrastructure is secured, and our commitment to the elements such as the tree to be secured and continued. This is a proposal for 86 dwellings. It's around 19.1 dwellings per hectare. It was for a larger number, but during the course of the application, the number was reduced and more infrastructure elements increased. Unusually, the applicant has also agreed the tenure of the housing as part of this outline, and this is to ensure it accords with the housing needs that your housing officers have identified. So, meaning this is fixed and a clear benefit for housing need to be secured at this stage. This is outlined, but it does include the access, and it also includes a range of the highways improvements that we've talked about. In terms of the access, it is considered acceptable and supported by the Highways Authority. We do have submissions received objecting to the scheme on traffic grounds, in particular the capacity of the existing road network to absorb the traffic generated by this development. Many are critical of the capacity of School Lane, given its narrow width, but in part this is proposed to be widened as a benefit of this scheme, which is something that no other scheme is proposing and is sought to be secured. I hope the photos have demonstrated this point and clear need for the works offered. This would secure mitigation against the burden of this development, but I think also very much the wider public benefit for other developments ongoing and going forward in Elmswell. The development goes on to provide a significant length of cycleway link for the intended Elmswell and Woolpit link. We've secured an option of extending this further around the church, and this option hopefully would allow the point being that you get to this point and you may be faced with this road, but if we have the option to further this, we get around to perhaps a safer point for then further contributions or works to take the link further and off into the Woolpit direction. Obviously there will be future contribution needed to complete that link from other schemes or other sources. In terms of landscape and trees, well, our position has improved in terms of one tree since the last committee, but the application in all other respects was considered acceptable, and this development in the corner is considered to be accommodated and suitable landscaping possible, which would be effective around on the edge of this settlement as a whole. And we have that demonstrated in the parameters plan. The detailing of the actual landscaping itself, what type of trees and so on, is a reserved matter still, and that is deemed to be suitable to deal with at that time. The site itself is already enclosed by an avenue of trees, be it small trees on the lane, but also enclosed by the railway line and existing development. There is a good sense of containment, and the indicative plan demonstrates this can be increased further, avoids spilling out into the open landscape, and avoids intrusion of the indivisibility between the church across the valley and Elmswell Hall just beyond. This leads nicely to heritage. I'm going to repeat this again in terms of the report. The Council's Heritage Officer has reviewed all information in the supporting heritage statement and the changes in the proposal over time, and they accept that the present proposal reduces harm considerably by limiting the proposal to the east of the lane in the corner of this area, but there will be a degree of harm, be it low, and any development of this sort will have a less than substantial harm element, especially in terms of the setting in this case on Elmswell Hall, be it on the other side of the railway line. The Historic England has been concerned with the impact of the proposal on the open landscape setting initially, because this development was far larger and went out into the countryside far more, but now are content to rely on the heritage team's advice, and the officer report does consider this importance. We have considered the importance of the harm identified, but ultimately we have balanced that with the significant public benefits, and we feel they very much outweigh the harm identified. Other matters, for example, flood and water management, they do not object to the scheme subject to conditions, and there's no reason to hold consent on flood or drainage grounds at this time. So lastly, to conclude, in conclusions, we consider there was a significant package of public benefits, 86 dwellings including parking and open space, 35% affordable housing, a set mix of housing for both affordable and market housing to meet your housing team officers' requirements for this area, site for early years provision. We have a contribution if that can't be taken up, but it is provided with this site. A new school contribution, extensive road widening for School Road and the Church Road junction as well. We have significant provision of a cycle footway along School Road and the junction, and an optional route to continue that around the church itself. And therefore, our recommendation for you today is to approve as set out in your papers. Many thanks.
Very much for that. Okay, so do we have any questions from members on what's been presented to us? First of all, Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this may be more of a question for the arboricultural officer. With regards to the cycleway proposed to go around the tree, can you please confirm that no damage will be done to the root system of the oak tree? Thank you.
We did ask if he would be able to attend today, but I'm not sure if David, our tree officer, was able to attend today. I'm assuming he's not out there. I can't see on this computer, I'm afraid. But the answer to that is that the route. Let me start actually from the beginning. Let me go to the right drawing. There we go. That was good timing. So in terms of the routing, what we've found since last committee is Strutt Strands have actually reserved or purchased land that goes out quite wide in order to ensure that the routing, because they recognised many years ago the routing of this cycleway would need to avoid the tree. Now, I'll be honest with you, we didn't realise that until we had to investigate it further since last committee. So we're quite pleased we did. So this route is far enough out beyond, it should be beyond the routes. Now, when you tend to look at the routes, you tend to look at the drip line and then add a bit more to the tree itself. We will probably, the finer detail of this, we have put as a condition in your papers to ensure that if we need to move this out a little bit more to ensure the roots are definitely not affected, that is what we will do. We've also got a tree preservation order that would be in place before any decision is issued to ensure that as well. So we are comfortable that is workable without affecting the roots.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, very similar concern to Councillor Muller there. That was that the road would be widened beside the tree, and I think we'll probably need to kind of come back in the conditions or something at the end that we must not be, in widening the road, we must not be actually deepening into the roots any closer to the tree than the road already is.
John, that's really debate for what's the question for the officer?
Yeah, so I mean, I just, I'm just highlighting that particular point that's made. I think the other question. Sorry.
May I come back on that?
Sure.
We do have Luke Barber here from County Highways, who may be able to qualify this better than I can. But ultimately, the built highway is the path already there. So you can see the strip of path and you can see the road. But in terms of their built foundation, they're all part of the same structure. The widening of the road essentially takes the path out slightly, but it doesn't actually mean that it needs to go any further to affect the roots beyond what is already affected at that point. And I don't think it's all of the path anyway, it's about halfway. Yeah, there is a finer detail to this which is conditioned in your papers, and we and in all respects that we need to go and not affect the roots any more than they're already affected by the arrangement in place. That is the point.
So we're perhaps hearing that the foundations of the road are the same foundations already underneath the footway, you think?
That's what I believe, but ultimately the widening of this part of the road is not as wide as other parts of the whole road that are proposed. It is not going to be uniform, so it's not trying to achieve a continuous width all the way along, because we need to be respectful of the various items along the road, and that includes the tree this time. And I'll be honest, last time round we didn't. We thought, in a way, the tree was going to be sacrificed. This time around, we are very clear on what is the intention and requirements of the council, and we will be looking to preserve that.
Yeah, the other question at that end of the scheme, the option to take the cycle route around the church. Are you able to confirm whether that will marry up with the other Sustrans owned land, which I believe was purchased down the hill to the roundabout?
One moment, So the Sustrans route was based on the intention that you would end up somehow going across in front of the church, and then following down here on other owned land. Obviously, they've taken that out in terms of reserving that land. What we've suggested is that yes, that's possible, and that is what is proposed to you today, and we'll achieve it to this point. But it kind of lets you just go straight out into the main road as cars are coming out up the hill. And it might be a consideration later where we have reserved the land that goes around the church, which effectively deposits you out onto a quieter lane as a cyclist, especially if you're cycling with family and so on, that allows you then to go up to the link and back down that piece, rather than taking yourselves out onto this perhaps more busier road. So that is the reason we thought it would be a really good idea to secure a route around the church as much as to comply with the route that everybody had initially put forward. Does that help?
Yeah, that does help. So that you're confident that the land that's potentially offered and can be secured goes right round the church to reach the.
That is the agreement so the owner of the site here owns all of the field. So we have that as part of the agreement that is in your papers for the recommendation.
Good.
Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Patton-Jean, could you just bring up the slide showing the pedestrian crossing, please?
Do you mean that one?
That one. I look at that position, and can you assure us that a pedestrian crossing running across the entrance there is indeed safe? Is it going to be light controlled? My concern being, as you come up the hill from the left, you won't see a red light until you turn up, and then by then it's going to be too late.
There was no intention to put lights in, so it's not going to be light controlled. They are pedestrian crossing points, but that is it. That's not there. There are no lights intended.
So
tactile paving.
That position adheres to current legislation, safety advice, because it seems very close to that junction to me.
Let's bring in Luke Barber, who's with us from the Highways Department. Luke, could you comment on that, please?
Yes, thank you, councillors. The final design of this junction will be secured through a Section 278 agreement, and that will require all stages of road safety audit. So both the design will be safety audited, and prior to opening to the public, it will be safety audited. Then it would be safety audited after a period to sort of check the operation of the junction. I think my reading of the drawing is maybe, and this does look to me like it does have some of the characteristics of the signal scheme, in that it's showing stop lines instead of give way lines. So I think while the curb lines are correct, the some of the finer points of, yes, I think this drawing that John is now showing is more correct, in that it has the give way line junction. So yes, the crossing points would be just back from the give way lines, but they would have to be selected by the designers to have the best pedestrian visibility, and the widening, the curb line widening, does allow for those crossing points to be put in the best possible place, where you've got sort of intervisibility visibility between the motor vehicles and the pedestrian.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Mayor, at all?
No, not this time. I think it's more for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. Could the officer please confirm that the junction improvement to School Road, Church Road would not improve capacity for the School Road arm and queuing would remain? And the second question is, are there other sites in this location and served by this road network in this location in the proposed joint local plan? Thank you, Chair.
So I didn't quite catch the last question because my microphone came out. Right. Something about joint local plan.
The last question was, are there other sites served by School Road, Church Road that are proposed in the joint local plan?
So let me answer that one first, because I think I put the... There we go. So the other site allocated is LA064, which is that there. Does that help, Councillor, answer that question?
It does. I take it that does or does not have planning permission?
Not at this stage. There's no planning application for that one.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
But it is taken into account in respect to the transport surveys and strategy that we have got, because obviously it's one of the allocations that has been taken into account with that information. So that's, the potential of that is considered with regard to the transport assessment made. In terms of the capacity of the junction, I'm going to have to ask Luke if he can possibly help me further. In terms of the capacity, I don't think it changes the capacity of the junction. It improves its efficiency on the basis that obviously, the point of the fact that you have lorries coming along to the junction and effectively stopping everything working while they get through it. Whereas obviously in the new alignment, they'll have enough space to be able to manoeuvre and other cars and other vehicles get around them at the same time. So in terms of efficiency, I would suggest, and safety, it would be improved. Capacity, I'm not aware that there would be a change. Luke, is that is the position?
It will improve its capacity to an extent. I mean, it's still the same formal junction in that it's a priority junction with give way, but because there is localised widening, it does allow for more cars to stack at the. So it does provide some capacity benefit, but I wouldn't overstate that, because it's not going to be a dramatic improvement in capacity that you would get from changing the form of the junction, but it is still a net gain in its capacity. But as you say, it's arising from greater efficiency, greater throughput of vehicles.
Sorry, if I can just come back on that, because it's quite critical. Page 27. In the highways response, it clearly states it would not improve the capacity of the School Road arm. So you're now saying it will improve the capacity?
I think what we're saying is improve the efficiency. That is the clear gain here in respect of how the junction works. And there's a very minor gain in capacity on that basis. But no, I think, if we were looking for a clear statement, I think we would be safer to say no in a realistic sense.
I'm sorry, Luke Barber just said capacity would be improved. Sorry.
When you increase the efficiency of a working junction, I think there is obviously some gains here, because you're going to have a wider road, which allows more cars to kind of go against each other. But ultimately, it's quite marginal. So I think you have to accept that is the position we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me a question. I just really would like some confirmation from the officer that in our paper pack on page 247, we have a slide 9 showing a mini roundabout, and I'd just like to confirm that the officer to confirm that that is irrelevant and we should be ignoring it.
Yes,
I'm not quite sure why it's there.
The paper pack, yes, apologies for that. The paper pack hasn't been updated it's difficult because when we have to defer from one committee to the next, you can't change as many things in terms of the bundle. Please ignore the roundabout. It was a idea that was explored because we were trying to find every alternative there could be to other ideas to make a difference and improve this locality. Unfortunately, a roundabout was not deemed to be a viable option or possible, so please ignore that.
What has been presented before us today is purely what we're considering.
It's purely what we're considering. Thank you.
Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Matthew. I'd just like to ask John regarding the landscaping on the western fringe. I understand it's obviously put in a reserved matter, but how, as a planning authority, if this were to go ahead, will we ensure that it really is an excellent landscaping scheme? I'm not suggesting the applicant wouldn't want to do that, because from what I've heard, I think they probably would do, but what I'm really looking for here, because it is quite a prominent site, if it goes ahead, that landscaping on that western fringe really would cut the mustard and be something that we could all be very pleased and proud of and have all the relevant advantages, because in the past in some areas, going back a few years, one has to question whether the landscaping has been put in and looked after and done properly. How could that be conditioned?
We've got to be careful not to veer into debate.
No, I'm asking you a question, Matthew. That's all. How would you do it? What would you suggest? That's all I want to know. Thank you.
The ultimate position here is that landscaping is a reserved matter, but I think what we have to be looking at in terms of the principle of development is the clear opportunity that landscaping is possible. And quite often we look at housing estates and you kind of go, well, they've got very small gardens, but landscaping will solve it. But actually the opportunity is the garden is so small that you can't put decent trees in, you can't put decent planting in of any real width to mitigate the harm. In this case, and I put it on this plan purposely, we have a clear understanding given to us in terms of the successful placement of the built form and the containment of that versus where the real landscaping, and it's on the other side of the road, that needs to take place. There's no pressure to put housing on the other side of the road because we wouldn't approve that for heritage reasons, if nothing else. So we have a lot of area here to ensure quite a significant opportunity for landscaping can occur. That said, further down here, there is a need for openness to be maintained because that is part of the characteristic of travelling along this road and looking out across the valley, which dives away. Landscaping is a reserved matter, and obviously because it will be part of a significant scheme such as this, it will come back to members as well. And ultimately members will be the judges of whether the landscaping and its significance is sufficient in this case.
Thank you very much, John. Just what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you, Chair. It's difficult to ask questions always that improve clarity rather than getting us deeper into the mire of misunderstanding. And Councillor Stringer covered much of this, but just one more go. The development at the junction by the church, you're saying in some way widening the road a little either increases or doesn't increase capacity according to which bit of the papers we read and who's speaking. But what I wanted to establish is the clear understanding that the 18 car queue lengths that you're generating, the exceeding capacity in the peak hour, has been simulated if we implement more elements of our local plan, but not for this element of the local plan. So what are the queue lengths? What is the junction capacity? How do the queue lengths vary with the proposals of this particular development? Trying to ignore the confusion thrown in by all the other elements. Can we have some clarity on that, please?
I'm going to have to stop presenting and go back because obviously I can't, unfortunately, because of the arrangement I've got here, I can't work and present at the same time. So bear with me, please. Okay, there. So if I should have that at the top there. Don't log me out. I'll log in.
What are you doing? Opening a document, John?
I'm trying to open a document. It's not letting me. It's just chucked me out.
Chair, if I could just interrupt very briefly, apologies. I'm just reviewing the live stream and it appears to have a bit of a buffering issue. So if I could just ask for a very quick break just to try and sort that out to restart our streaming software, which will hopefully resolve the issue because it's currently stuck on a picture from a few moments ago.
No problem.
The sound is still going out, but
we'll start again at 10:40 to give everyone just to grab a quick cuppa. If we're going to take a break, and then we'll have another hour and a half to 2 hours following that break. So we'll start again at 10:40. It's now 20 to 11. We'll kick off again with the meeting. Just ask Robert Carmichael just to do a roll call just to make sure everyone is back, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor John Field,
Yes.
Councillor Hicks.
Yeah.
Councillor Mansell. I think I heard Councillor Mansell possibly.
She was here. Yeah.
Yep. Councillor Matheson.
Yes.
Councillor Mayer.
Yep.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Passmore.
Yep.
And Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We're all ready.
Right. Thank you very much. Now we were just into a question. I think Councillor Stringer, had you finished your questions?
No.
You'd asked a question, and John Pateman-G was about to respond. That's correct. So, John, over to you, please.
Yeah, so in terms of the first question, in terms of the car lengths, I've got here, just going through the the transport assessment. Obviously, there's flows of traffic and there's the queuing, and the queuing side of things is that in terms of the AM peak period, the worst case scenario is 18 car lengths could be queuing at this junction as you approach it from School Road to Church Road. That's in the AM peak, and in the PM peak it is 9, so far less than 18. But that is for the development and the accumulative development in the locality. So the guess would be that obviously for just this development, if it was looked upon itself only, that number would be far less. But I don't have what that model data would be if you just looked at this development on its own. Ultimately, maybe the agent might have that to hand, but I don't have that here that I can quickly lay my hands on. So what we've got is the worst case scenario, with the development and the accumulative development within Elmswell, and so the maximum model is showing is 18 car lengths in the AM peak period that could be queuing at this junction. That's all I have, and of course that's expressed in the Highways Authority's response as well, picking up on sort of the worst case scenario that's here in respect of this. But of course, none of that is regarded as severe in respect of our considerations of the NPPF and our considerations of highways.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Councillor Stringer?
It was actually me.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Councillor.
Yeah, I just comment. The concern is that we have some evidence of a queue length of 18. That's a number of schemes, and we have lots of assurances that don't have any evidence behind them. So that's all I really wish to establish. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Mayer.
Thanks, Chair. The question of severe impact has been mentioned several times, but I couldn't find in the NPPF a definition of what that severe is. Do we have a definition, or is it just Highways' opinion that it is not severe?
John, or then maybe Luke, would you like to comment, please?
There is a judgment to be made there ultimately, but it is not highways. The advice we have from Highways is it's not severe to warrant refusal, but I could leave it to Luke if he wishes to add more to that.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, this is probably the singularly most challenging part of the role of the Highway Authority, that the NPPF, or those setting out the severe test, doesn't quantify the severe test. Over the years, the previous severe test in the original draft of the NPPF, as sort of revised in 2019, has been tested several times at appeal. In Suffolk, we generally find, and the severe test now has what we call two limbs. It has a capacity limb and a road safety limb. We generally find in Suffolk that it would be very difficult to evidence the capacity limb almost anywhere outside of the largest towns. I mean, there have been appeal decisions across the country in large built-up areas that look at sort of, capacity being so degraded that an additional 15 minutes of delay per junction could be considered severe. Now, there's literally nowhere in Suffolk where that such a high bar would be breached. So we tend to focus on the road safety limb of the severe test. So in some cases, poor performance of junctions can give rise to safety concerns if a queue was to exceed the length that somebody could predict it, potentially come around a bend and be confronted by stationary vehicles, sort of queuing for a roundabout, for example, or if the queue length exceeded the slip road length on a high-speed road, such as the A14, we'd be very concerned about that, and Highways England would be very concerned about that, because you potentially have stationary vehicles backing up into 70 mile an hour, sort of free-flowing vehicles on the strategic road network. So it is very difficult. It is very subjective, but it is really borne out through careful consideration of appeal decisions that have taken place in Suffolk, but also wider in other locations in the UK. But yes, very challenging.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor Mayor?
Yeah, I think it justifies their case. I'm not sure it answers my quest for a definition of severe. Thank you.
Did you want to come in to press our legal advisor on that?
Well, yes, just briefly, if I may, just I think as a quick matter of law, Councillor Mayor is quite right. There isn't like a glossary definition in the NPPF of severe impact, and that's been commented on in lots of places, or not just in our area. But yeah, as a matter of law, the NPPF is policy. That's a material consideration. The courts have said a number of times, when you're looking at a policy, it's not the same as a Act of Parliament or a business contract. You give it a broad common sense interpretation, having read the whole document in context. But yes, I think I have to endorse what Luke says, that I think members would be expected in doing that to have regard to professional advice, which is what he's just given you, and to how planning inspectors have interpreted it, and Luke has indeed helped you with that. So I thought it would just be helpful for me to add that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to make sure members were not, this is by way of a correction in the report, really. Page 26, the Historic England points summarised there. I think Mr. Pateman-G correctly said what the situation was, but the do not wish to offer any comments. What they actually said on page 55 was they did not wish to offer any further comments. I think that is significantly different, but Mr. Pateman-G did, I think, set out what page 55 says in reality, but just a little concern there. Thank you.
Do you want to comment? John Pateman-G, do you want to comment? No.
No, I don't think I need to comment. In terms of the document, obviously, if members look at page 55, ultimately, on the basis of the revised information, we do not wish to offer any further comments. Essentially, because the scheme was reduced from 105 to 86, and because the locality of the built form was significantly changed to go into the corner, if you like, rather than to spill out as far as it did previously, they've kind of pulled back. That's probably the best way I can describe it, to sort of push it back down to our local heritage officers to make that call. And of course, we obviously went back to them, and they have provided the comments that they've provided. I think that obviously members are welcome to please look at the full text in page 55 and take it from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. We have no other hands up, so we'll move on now to public speakers. So I'd now like to ask the Parish Council to speak. Mr. Peter Dow, if you'd like to turn your camera and your microphone on, please, from the Parish Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And over to you, and you have 3 minutes. quick roll call just to make sure everyone's present. But over to you, please, Robert Carmichael.
Here.
Present.
Yes.
Here.
Present.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, so we just had the 3 minutes from the parish council. No hands actually had gone up at the end of that, but just to double check before we move on, were there any questions that anyone thought of they'd like to ask the parish council? Yep, we have some hands that have gone up now. Okay, so first of all, we'll go to Councillor Muller, then Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dow, you mentioned in your 3 minutes about the number of large HGV lorries using the junction of Church Road and School Road. Can you please confirm whether that's mainly during the rush hours in the morning and the afternoon, or are there large numbers of these large vehicles using that road throughout the day? Thank you.
I would suggest that it is fairly evenly based throughout the day. If there is a peak, it is coming back in at around between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, which unfortunately coincides with the general commuter traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Dow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
I think this one will be a question for Mr. Payman-G, arising from what Mr. Dow has said. The extra was it 80 or 90 or something beyond the bacon factory site that were approved a few months ago. I think these were not within the joint local plan proposed allocations, and if they were not, were they not taken into the traffic assessments that we've been discussing a few minutes ago?
My understanding is the traffic assessment takes into account all the current applications, and that application was ongoing for some time, as well as the allocations. But I can't be in absolute certain that it included that or not. It might be a question for the applicant, perhaps. I would suggest, just to make sure I'm right there. But my understanding when I looked at the premise of it was that it should have included all of the ongoing applications, as well as, in order to do the accumulative modelling, it has to include all the applications that were within the area, as well as the allocations that were proposed at the time. So I think for confirmation, it might be prevalent to ask the applicant. I don't know if Luke knows more than I do, but I think that's probably the best idea.
Okay, Luke, did you want to comment, or we'll take it? We'll follow that. Ask that question for the applicant, John.
Yeah, I must confess I didn't deal with this aspect of the application, but what John has said in terms of general principle of committed developments is entirely correct.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any other questions to the parish council? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we'll move to the agent, James Bailey, who wishes to speak. We have Victoria Balboa to answer questions. Mr. Bailey, you have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Just starting off, sir, can you see me okay?
Yep, that's fine.
And you can hear me as well?
Yep.
Fantastic. Good morning, Chair, members. Here we are again to discuss the site at School Road, Elmswell, and it is unfortunate that this virtual meeting environment seems to be with us for a little while longer. Since the 11th of November, the applicant, landowner and their consultant team have worked exceedingly hard to continue to engage positively with officers, members and also local residents. I shall now outline the positive improvements that have been made, starting with the highways, and we also have our highways consultant on hand to answer any specific questions that you may have. It is now hoped that the improvements to the Church Road and School Road junction have been made clear, following any concerns at the last committee. The junction improvements, notably the widening at the entrance, should be seen as a positive for both flows of traffic, and it is hoped that the plans, photographs and visualisations all help to illustrate this. It has also been clearly confirmed that traffic signals are not required as part of this application, nor will they be required for the growth anticipated in the joint local plan. Following on from this, we can also confirm that the full length of School Road from the Church Road junction to the proposed site entrance will no longer be widened in its entirety. Instead, it will only be widened at certain key places which has been discussed and agreed with both highways officers and your own planning officers. This should help to slow traffic along School Road, as members pointed out at the last committee. I am sure that you will recall there has been significant concerns raised regarding the retention and the protection of the oak tree off School Road. The applicant, and especially the landowner, have embraced these comments and have actively sought ways to achieve keeping this tree. A TPO has been actively encouraged, discussions with action groups and concerned residents have taken place, and members have been kept informed along the way. We now have a scheme before you today that not only retains this important tree, but has also carefully considered it within the proposals. There also remains the opportunity for further landscaping at certain points, as has been raised this morning. Since the November committee, the emerging joint local plan has moved a step closer towards adoption, and the application site off School Road continues to feature as an allocation identified as LA065. Therefore, there remains a reliance and an expectation on this site being brought forward and delivering houses at some point in the future. All of these changes have been discussed and agreed with the district and county officers since we met last November. This is on top of the other benefits that are being offered by this scheme, which should not be forgotten. An agreed housing mix, including affordable homes and bungalows, increased landscaping and open space throughout the proposal, the provision of land for a preschool, plus a significant delivery of the important part of the Woolpit and Elmswell footpath and cycleway. I therefore respectfully request that members endorse their office's recommendation and approve this application this morning. Thank you indeed very much for your time, but please let us know if you should have any specific highways related questions, as there may be.
Thank you very much. Okay, happy opened up to members. Councillor Mayor first, then Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, probably one for your highways consultant. Do you believe that the current position shown for the pedestrian crossing at the bottom of School Road is safe?
If I can, Chair, can I bring in Victoria Balboa from Pell Friesman? She's been looking at this site for a number of years, since before back in the application was put in 2018, so she will know this particularly well. If I can call on Victoria now, that would be very helpful.
Yep, please, if you'd like to turn your camera on and answer the question that's been asked. Thank you.
Good morning. The exact location of the crossing, I think, is the best location we can get. If you look at where the crossing is at the moment, where the pedestrian crossing at the moment is on that junction, it is quite close to the stop line. Because we're widening the footway there, we're able to push it slightly further back, and once the detailed design is done, it may be that we can push it further northwards a little bit more, but certainly it's an improvement on the existing situation and in the best location we can get it.
My question was, do you believe the crossing's safe?
Well, there's no history of pedestrian accidents at that junction, so I've got no reason to think that it wouldn't be safe. And it's better than what you have at the moment. What
speed can cars take that junction? Coming up the hill from the roundabout from Woolpit, you can do 30 miles an hour. Because it's not a right angle turn, you can take that junction at 30 miles an hour. Given that cars can do that, is that pedestrian crossing safe?
Okay, so in that situation, yes. So in the when you have the crossing on the left-hand side of the drawing, as you're looking at it, so on the west side, you've got full visibility around that movement. On the east side of the crossing, that's where you're very slightly restricted for vehicles that are coming from the north, but they, of course, are slowing down to stop at that point. So there's no reason for those vehicles to be travelling, or they wouldn't be able to travel at a fast speed coming around the corner, which is where the pedestrian visibility is very slightly limited.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes, coming to the question that I asked Mr. Dow a moment or two ago, can we be assured that the transport assessment that we're now looking at, or the consequences in the report, take into consideration the extra, I think it was 80 something houses that were allowed, and I think it was confirmed outside the allocations proposed in the emerging joint local plan?
Yeah, so I've pulled up the committee report for the bacon factory, the 65 dwellings
65, right.
from last year, and it helpfully contains a summary of their assessment of that junction, and they have reported exactly the same results that we have reported. They've reported the RFC at being 1.05 with a queue length of 18, and that assessment was done last year. So. And would of course have included their own development traffic. So on that basis, yes, our junction results are the same as theirs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. There's been debate about capacity at the junction and statements that the increased road width improves the capacity. I have some difficulty to see how a queue gets any shorter because the road's a couple of foot wider. Could you just explain how that capacity improvement occurs?
So I'll do my best to explain in the way that Luke and John have also explained it. When looking at junction capacity, there are a number of geometrical parameters that are taken into account. So when the theoretical capacity is assessed, the width of the road is a factor, but there's a certain point where the width of the road no longer benefits capacity. And so when Luke said there would be some marginal capacity improvements because we were widening the road, he was correct. However, in this instance, because we're widening to allow HGVs to pass rather than specifically for cars, the capacity benefits are not significant. They're not realistically significant. And so we haven't adjusted our models to take into account, or we're not claiming there's any additional capacity as a result of the widening that's taking place. What we're saying is, as John has emphasised, is that at the moment the junction isn't able to reach its theoretical capacity because the large vehicles are blocking it and not allowing it to operate in the way that it should operate. And by widening the road, we will allow the junction to perform as it should perform.
Thank you. Do those large HGVs take into account the vehicles that the clerk was talking about?
Yes, we've assessed maximum HGVs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matheson, I think that's an old hand, is it? Yeah. Okay, we have no other questions, so thank you very much. Thank you for joining us and thank you for answering the questions. Okay, we now move on to the ward member. We have Councillor Sarah Mansell and Councillor Helen Geek. Would you like to go first or second? I've had a email to read out. Would you like me to do that first?
I think if that's all right with you, Chair, I think it's probably best if you read out Councillor Geek's comments, and then I'll do my bit, and then maybe I can try and answer any questions or
absolutely. No, that's fine. We'll do it that way. Hers. Okay, so Councillor Geek's unable to make it today and has sent the following in. I'm really pleased that the planning officer and developer have come to an agreement about the oak tree, which is a very notable feature of School Road and will currently be supporting a huge number of species that would have taken many decades to establish on new trees. This is one of the nicest parts of Elmswell, part of the best views we have over wonderful rolling open countryside framed by the oak. And because the landowner and developer want to build on it, and because the government wants a ridiculous number of houses built, it seems it has to be built over. Locally, we've tried to fight this on as many grounds as we can find. Firstly, the safety of the access very near a blind corner on a busy road. Secondly, the congested School Road junction with its heavy lorry use and uncertain pedestrian safety. Thirdly, the effect on the development of the landscape and the lovely view and the setting of the various listed buildings. Fourthly, the fact that Elmswell has delivered far more housing already than the community wants or needs. And finally, the lack of primary school places in the village. All of these reasons are valid and have weight in planning terms. But the main reason that the village of Elmswell don't want it is that we already have enough houses in Elmswell, and this is a beautiful part of the countryside. There is no clear need for this development, and the benefits do not outweigh the harm. So I would urge the committee to refuse consent, as these are the wrong houses in the wrong place. That's from Councillor Helen Geek. Okay, over to you, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Before I read out the piece of text I've prepared, I'd just like to pick up on some of the other comments and questions that were made earlier. John Matheson asked about the cycle route and the land that is owned by Sustrans. Now, Sustrans bought that land about 20 years ago or more, and design of cycle routes has subsequently changed. And I do believe that Suffolk County Council and Sustrans are looking into what is the best route choice for that route. It may not be on the land that is already owned by Sustrans. Councillor Stringer asked about other developments in Elmswell. I'd just like to clarify that all developments in the future of Elmswell will put more traffic through this junction at School Road, Church Road. It is the gateway to the village from the A14. So wherever you build in the village, there will be traffic going through it. And the agent commented that this is an allocated site in our emerging joint local plan, which does now have more weight. But in the joint local plan, it is only allocated for 50 homes, not 86. Right, I'll now go on to what I was going to say anyway. I don't doubt that this developer has worked well with our officers to try to provide potential mitigation for some of the local infrastructure issues which will be exacerbated by this development. It's great that we've secured the housing mix and tenure, but there are other issues which money alone can't solve, as it does more harm to something else. There are a number of things which I welcome in the development. The provision of the cycle path along School Road and potentially behind the church. But I'm still to be convinced of the so-called improvements to the School Road, Church Road junction. The widened road and junction may make it possible for most traffic to pass one another safely, but not the oversized HG Wilson HGVs that you've seen in the photos that were sent. You know, they are a regular occurrence in our village. On Monday of this week, 4 of those enormous silos went past my window, and that, you know, that's just a typical day. The Highways Authority clearly have struggled to know what to do with this junction. Their own projections show that the junction will become over capacity with the development in the village, but then they just want to ignore the figures. They first wanted traffic lights, then a roundabout. Heritage stepped in and said that they would cause harm to the setting of the listed buildings. So now we have this widened junction to enable more vehicles to slew round the corner at higher speed. I understand that that corner was built out over 20 years ago to slow traffic down. So here we are going to speed it all up again. I have my doubts about the regard for pedestrian safety at this junction. It is currently not a nice place to try to cross the road, but once it's widened, it will become even more dangerous. There are drop curbs shown on the plans, but the visibility is poor, even with the proposed build out of the curb on the eastern side. Having visited the site this morning, you cannot see traffic coming along School Road if you're standing where that drop curb is going to be. And if there are parked vehicles along Church Road, as there would be if there was a church service, you wouldn't be able to see along Church Road either. Even Miss Balboa said that it was the best location possible, but still not necessarily safe. It is great that we have agreement to save the oak tree, but I hope that the guarantee that the works to create the cycle path and the road scheme are not going to damage the routes. Sensitive landscaping will be needed on the western edge of the development and along this School Road aspect, as this is one of the key views out of the village across open farmland. Planting a load of vegetation here could disrupt that view. And I do hope that the road narrowing at the tree has the desired effect of calming traffic before it goes around that right angle bend. The only way to truly mitigate the issue of this junction is either to bypass it or to get people out of their cars. A bypass is neither financially nor environmentally sustainable, so we are left with the alternative to try to shift to more sustainable modes of transport, and that just isn't going to happen if children living in this village have to be transported to Woolpit for schooling. This really is not a sustainable development. There's also the matter of timing. This new school in Woolpit will not be completed before occupation of the new housing in Elmswell. So what is the interim solution to the schooling problem? Children will end up being transported even further afield. Again, that's not sustainable. The committed developments in Elmswell have already pushed the infrastructure well over capacity, and enough has to be enough. When will it ever stop? This development is one too many for Elmswell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Do we have any question for the ward members? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Okay, so we're going to move on now. is now open. I'd now like to open it up for debate. If you wish to make a proposal, please just put your hand up. And over to members to discuss debate. And obviously we need to come to a conclusion on the application before us. So first of all, we have Councillor Passmore.
Thank you very much, Matthew. This is been a very good discussion, a very long one. Of course, we debated it in detail. I think it was a couple of months ago. And I am really pleased the tree has been preserved. And I'm also encouraged to hear the comments by the Planning Officer, John Pateman-G, regarding the landscaping, which needs to be done tastefully if the committee has agreed to do this, as I said earlier. So I think that's a really important point. I do still have concerns about the junction, like I think many of our councillor colleagues do have. There will be more traffic, and I think I did hear the officer say what's in the papers, that there will be an enhanced, how can we put it, part of the decision-making process where our planning officers can make sure this junction really is safe, and I think that's absolutely crucial. I think on balance, Chairman, in order to move the debate along, I'm going to propose that we do grant planning permission for this, but I do want to put a couple of caveats on this to really re-emphasise the point about the landscaping and the tree preservation. I am concerned about the traffic and the safety at the junction, so I'd like that as part of the condition. I think it's recommended in the papers that our planning authority is fully involved in making sure that that junction is safe. Now, I'm not a highways engineer, but obviously that has to be delegated because we do need to make a decision on this. I completely understand, I think, Sarah Mansell and the Helen Geeks' concerns. It's always a difficult issue, this. Elmswell has had a lot of development, but looking at it in the longer term, the fact that it does support that mix of housing, which it doesn't have to do, and I think that is a positive message there. And I recognise the work that's been put in by our people as well as the applicants. I think overall it is something that I would therefore support. So I'm formally proposing, Chairman, that we do grant planning permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matheson, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was reading once again the issue of correctly balancing the various policies, and I did want to ask first, and I think the proposal was a bit premature, quite honestly, when we haven't actually debated yet. That asked Mr. Pateman-G that is our policy FC1, is that consistent or inconsistent with the MPPF paragraph 11, which is discussed at the bottom of page 32 and the top of page 33. And I just wasn't clear, and I was having read these arguments so many times about the tilted balance and all the rest of it. I just wanted to understand that, if I could, please.
Sorry, bear with me just a moment. Apologies, I'm just having a few technical difficulties. Oh, come on, work. In terms, obviously the tests of the various policies is our judgment, but when we look at the appeal history on many of them, FC1 doesn't actually come up that much. We know how inconsistent we are in respect of H7 and CS1 and those policies. The FC1 is a later policy that was actually made at the point of the NPPF coming into effect. Bear with me just one more moment. I just need to reread it one more time in its full. If this computer allows me to do it. Gemma, can you help me?
Yeah, did you want me to come in on this one?
Yes, please.
So FC1 was written, as John mentioned, at some time to the first version of the MPPF, so it did originally pick up the sustainability requirements expected by the MPPF. In the meantime, we've had a revised MPPF, which we're now looking at paragraph 11, and because that doesn't match in the same way the revised word of the MPPF, inspectors have found against it to at least some degree. So I'd say we should be giving that less weight because it doesn't fully accord with the MPPF. So really the MPPF wording is what we need to give due regard to there. Does that help?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit, I'm delighted to see that a tree preservation order is being placed on the oak tree, which is great news. I appreciate there are a lot of concerns about the junction and the number of large HGV vehicles using this particular road, but I feel that the measures being put in place or recommended for it put in place do actually improve the road junction considerably to what it is actually at the moment. Therefore, I must admit, I'm happy to second Councillor Passmore's proposal for approval for this particular development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. I find we seem to have made a number of improvements since the last time we looked at this application, particularly around the tree and the road widening, so I'm pleased to see that. We have been told by a member, I think, in the parish perhaps, that Elmswell has enough houses, we don't need any. Well, certainly many of us own houses and don't need any more. But I don't see great rafts of empty dwellings indicating that there's a surplus of capacity. There are many young people who, to my mind, could very well do with affordable housing and currently have to move back with their families owing to the shortage. So I'm not convinced that argument holds weight. On the junction, however, I certainly continue to have doubts. There's been various proposals, mini roundabouts, traffic lights, whatever. So people have been searching for a solution. They wouldn't be searching if there wasn't a problem. So there does seem to be a difficulty here, and I would sort of suggest that the MPPF conditions on the highways are that the capacity issue shall not be severe. But the way I read it, the safety condition is that road safety that shall not have an unacceptable impact on road safety. It doesn't mention severe in that case. So I think we could safely take that into account. Clearly, changes to the junction width will allow perhaps two vehicles to pass without an actual conflict, without them stopping at the point where one is exiting and another trying to enter. So that does seem to be an improvement, but there's significant question to me about that. Is that improvement adequate? Certainly if it leaves 18 vehicle queues still, there's some question. On the school capacity and the use of a private car, will we ever move away from that and get to a more environmentally sustainable position? Well, Elmswell does have a railway station, and it's not impossible to take children by a car, even if you have to do that, to Woolpit, and I guess you could do that in more than one in a vehicle. It's not impossible, and they could cycle on the cycle track, so that's not impossible. So if I'm a bit torn, I shall make my mind up in the next few minutes, but it's the road junction safety issues that really are the thing that I think is a detractor to this development. Otherwise, I'll be prepared to see it go ahead and vote for it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Did you want to come in, John or Gemma, on, was there anything you wanted to come in on at this point?
Perhaps just to check through the recommendation with Councillor Passmore and Councillor Muller, just to check that we've got all the points. So the recommendations on page 43 to 45, I think I've got that right. And it's as the officer recommendation, but I'm conscious Councillor Passmore mentioned landscaping and highways, and I really wanted to clarify that because the landscaping would really be dealt with by reserve matters. So are you happy with that, or did you want something further?
Well, thanks, Gemma. The question I said to John, I think right back at the beginning of when it was just for questions, is just to make sure it really is a high quality landscaping scheme. I don't know. I know it's there as a reserve matter, but I just wanted to emphasise that point. Is there anything you can do to make sure you can work with the developer if it gets approved by the committee to make sure it's really a very good scheme? We've got no reason to doubt it. And on the highways, I'm sure somewhere in the papers I read yesterday when I was looking through, there is an option or a possibility that you and your colleagues could be involved in making sure that the safety at that junction is absolutely maximised, rather than just leave it to the highways people and so on, so that it tries to address the concerns I think that John everybody has actually said on that.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. No, that's helpful. Thank you. So I would.
The matter that wasn't meant to.
No, you do it as an informative note.
Exactly, just what I was going to say. So we'll have an informative note about the landscaping and how that comes forward through the reserve matters, and then the highways. We've got that conditioned. I think
you have
adequately. We've got it under the 278 works through the section 106, and then there are various highways conditions about the implementation. So I do think they are covered. If you're happy with that.
Yep, that's perfect.
So we're recommendation as proposed on 43 to 45 with an informative note about the landscaping, high quality landscaping to be agreed. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you. We still have plenty of people that wish to speak. So Councillor Stringer next.
Thank you, Chair. It's always often at these committees we always sort of tussle with very fine arguments where things are finely balanced, and of course we should, because that's why we're here. And what we're tasked with doing is looking at conflicting policies, often apportioning weight to them as we think and as the evidence shows us, to then come to a reasoned decision. And this one is an incredibly on-balance decision. I feel probably one of the most on-balance ones I've seen in a number of years. So if I start with the pluses. First of all, congratulate the applicant for actually trying to work with officers, etc., to try and reach a reasoned decision. I think that's to be applauded. Also, I was really pleased to hear that during our legal intervention that common sense can be used in terms of looking at things in the planning system. For me, that is a first. I also think so on the plus side, we've got a genuinely good mix of houses. We've got it on a site that's technically in a joint local plan, even though in draft form, etc., etc. We then come to the minus side, and for me there are two elements to the minus side. The minus side is the road junction at School Road, Church Road, and that has for the whole of Elmswell, that is the elephant in the room here of how you address that. And of course, the scheme that we now have in front of us, been through various iterations, they've now got to a position where we basically go back a few decades and we put in a scheme that was there a few decades ago that had to be amended back then because of the speed of the traffic using the junction. But we also have a scheme here, and we're asked to agree a plan that also has not been through a safety audit. And that safety audit will have to take into account the possible speeds of the traffic at the junction, as well as visibility, etc. What we also have as a vital material consideration is deliverability. And Mid-Suffolk and Suffolk as a whole is littered with schemes just like this, where we have an approval for planning permission in the wind, but without vital infrastructure going through a safety audit. And we have a number of them that are held back by the fact the safety audit cannot be ticked, yes, it's safe. So the NPPF is very strict about deliverability. It says you should be approving deliverable sites. Deliverability is a very, very big thing. We have to each year tell government how many houses we're delivering. So for me, on very fine balance, I couldn't support this in its present form because that key infrastructure is not been through the safety audit and is not deliverable. Therefore, this scheme may be undeliverable in its present form. That's where I am, Chair, and thank you for the ability to speak.
Councillor Stringer. Councillor Mayor, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. I think the scheme's got a lot in its favour. it is a good mix of houses. It is in the emerging joint local plan, and it is sustainable. You could quite happily live in this village and not own a motor car. What hasn't been mentioned is the large scale co-op is available. You could, work in Ipswich. You could work in Cambridge. So for me, it's quite an attractive location. Having said that, the junction's the issue. Junction widening has been improvements have been suggested, but this will speed up cars taking that corner coming up the hill from the Woolpit roundabout. So I'm very concerned about, is that junction safe? Is it safe for pedestrians? And I find it very concerning that we're told that there can be a stage 3 safety audit after the pedestrian crossing's been built to check that it is safe. Well, we're talking about almshouses on one side of the road with potentially elderly people in, church on the other side of the road. Are we really saying that we're going to wait until the crossing has been built to check that it's safe? We could actually have ward members losing their lives on that junction as cars speed round the corner because we've widened the corner. I don't think it's appropriate that we move this forward until we've had that safety audit. We need to know, is that junction safe and is the pedestrian crossing workable? So I couldn't support it merely on the junction. I think it's a good site, but I think the junction needs to be demonstrated safety prior to us awarding planning permission.
Okay, let's just have clarity around that point in the audit then, please. John?
Is Luke still here as well? He might be able to add the detail behind this, but ultimately you have three safety audits. You have safety audit 1 and 2, which happen prior to the works. So it's safety audit 3 that has to be after the works, because ultimately it's the assessment of any how efficient those works have been and any other changes that might be necessary that need to then go forward on that. Can you help me out, Luke? Just explain that system to members a little bit more.
Yeah, no, that is entirely correct. Yeah. Safety audit 1 is on is sometimes done on a concept. The safety audit 2 stage is done on the detailed design, so that would consider and that would they would involve, both of those would involve site visits. So a qualified safety auditor that has gone through a sort of set training and set level of responsibilities would assess the safety of the proposal on site at the detailed design stage, armed with all of the detailed design drawings, covering every aspect of the proposal. They would then make recommendations and potentially ask the designers to incorporate changes to address any residual safety concerns. So as much as anything can be, sort of have its safety record thoroughly scrutinised. The design is fully safety audited by qualified people before anybody would be given road space to construct anything on the highway network in Suffolk. The stage 3 safety audit is just a further check that nothing that couldn't have been foreseen during the detailed design stage, having visited on site, remains. And as I said, there's also a fourth safety audit stage, which is often carried out maybe 18 months, 24 months after the implementation, just to check what the safety record is, to see if any incidents have occurred, and then that also would recommend any changes. So yeah, and like I say, the drawing that has been shown is a concept. It shows the form of the junction that's needed. The detailed design of that would be a matter of discharge of conditions, which obviously the local planning authority lead on in consultation with the highway authority. So opportunities to address, like I say, residual safety issues in terms of the speed of traffic through the junction will be addressed through that 278 process and to discharge your conditions.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Mayor?
Yes, please. Given that this junction seems to be the critical aspect in this planning permission application, is it possible to say that we wish to reserve judgment on the planning application until the stage 1 and 2 safety audits have been completed?
That has never been my experience in Suffolk. it is normal to establish at the outline stage what the concept is going to be for a junction, but then the safety audit process would be controlled through the 278 process. That's after permission has been granted, but before permission has been granted by the Highway Authority under the 278 agreement, that those vital safety checks would be carried out, and that would also be used to inform the discharge of conditions by the local planning authority.
Okay, I mean, I still remain concerned in that we've had traffic lights dismissed, we've had roundabouts dismissed. I just personally, I feel I'm being asked to make a decision without sufficient information about the safety of that junction. But yeah, thanks.
Well, all I'd say is that the officers are telling you that this is the standard way that all junctions are looked at, and this is the process that everything goes through a series of 4 stages of audit. So this isn't unique to this location, I guess, is the message. Okay, Councillor Matheson, then Councillor Passmore.
Thank you. Can I first ask that if we seem to be moving towards a vote, and particularly a vote to approve, I've got a number of detailed points on the conditions, which I wouldn't necessarily want to rehearse yet unless we are going to. But when we moved, if I could ask the chair that we do keep a moment or 3 back to actually talk about those points regarding the principle of this application and so on. I feel the problems remain, that really the junction is so difficult that why do we not wait until modal shift has been achieved towards buses and trains, so that a traffic assessment would show a lesser problem than we are seeing at the moment? That's the first problem that I would pose, why we should perhaps not go for it at this time. After all, the joint local plan emerging is up to 2036, so we're 15 years short of that. There's time to come back to this one. Has been mentioned a couple of times the mismatch of the location of the school places compared to the children that will in due course appear. The school is in Woolpit, the houses are in Elmswell. That's a repeated problem which we're not doing anything to address by putting another however many it is, 80 odd here. Councillor May is rightly dwelling on the pedestrian safety at the junction. I won't need to add to that, except that yes, there's a real worry there. But the fourth particular point is something that we haven't really talked about yet, and that is the what one must describe as the village's aspiration for a bypass. And what I wanted to point to, if I can just find the right page a moment, in discussing and dismissing in the report whether it's justified to consider the parish's wish, which is yet to be turned into firm policy anywhere, to have a bypass. Yes, page 38. If you could look in the towards the top of that page, there is a description of good planning, and it says some of this potential, that's the potential for getting things right, essentially. Some of this potential is not material for the decision now, but good planning is about ensuring the future opportunity for good design and development is not lost. Now, I think the point that the parish are making, that this particular development would preclude the most advantageous possible future bypass, I think that we do need to weigh that. It is a very clear statement. I don't know where it's come from, but good planning is about ensuring the future opportunity for good design and development is not lost. which is what would be happening if we go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. I just wanted to come back. What I was really trying to do when we talked about the informative note that Gemma kindly mentioned, it really is to try and address this difficulty over the junction so that it is actually safe, because it's difficult to sit here as members just giving every little detail. But I think it was Richard Mayer said about right-angled corners. Those details, I absolutely agree with Andrew and his safety comments, and John and everybody else. We're all concerned about that. So I just really wanted to emphasise what I was trying to do was to make sure that we get a really good, satisfactory solution for the junction so that it is safe for all road users, which of course includes pedestrians, cyclists, HGVs and motorists. So I really hope that does cover it. It wasn't intended to be just a comment.
Chair, may I come in on that, please, if I may? Okay, so in the recommendation, the last condition in the recommendation essentially says, if I quickly bring it up, I should have done that before I started talking. So the last condition says the final details of School Road and Church Road junction and widening to be agreed. Now that's, you know, in terms of one line, that's quite broad brush, but essentially what we are doing in this case, which I will tell you now, it's probably the second time in my career that we have done this, is that we are not solely leaving this to the Highways Authority. Okay, it's not because we don't trust the Highways Authority. I wouldn't want to say that at all. It's purely because we are recognising the importance of this particular detail to get it right from an amenity point of view, from a safety point of view, from a traffic point of view, and from design point of view on an important edge of Elmswell, which does have the list of buildings nearby to consider. It does have the tree, and it does have the open landscape. We are therefore feeling justified to want to be involved in that process, when normally we'd let it sail off to the Highways Authority alone to resolve those finer details, and that is what we have done. The only other time we did get a bit more involved was actually imposed upon us by the Woolpit appeal in respect of the traffic calming scheme there. That's the only other time I think that we came down to dealing with the detail. Unfortunately, in that case, we had a lot of constraints because the condition that was written by the appeal inspector was constrained to a specific drawing, and we could only work from that drawing in general terms. In this case, we are still, we have drawings, we have plans, we have an idea where this is going, but the finer details, we do have the ability to work with the highways and the applicants to ensure that we are committed to what we've said to here, which is to ensure this is as safe as it can be and an improvement on the current situation.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, don't wish to prolong this too much, but actually this is the real nub of this particular case, and the explanation of stage 1 and stage 2 safety audits are really helpful. The nub of it is, if you approve a planning permission, you cannot take it back. If you haven't had a scheme's safety audited, it may be safer, but it may not be safe. So you are being asked potentially to approve something that will be proved unsafe at the stage 2 audit. And we're being told that that's process, that's how it normally happens. Yes, we know that's how it normally happens.
Just clear, Andrew, I don't think that's right. It's stage 3 audit. Stage 1 and 2 are done.
They're not.
Stage 2 is done before it's built. Stage 3 and 4 are after.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Stage 2 is done in between the approval and being built, right? That is the problem, Chair. Stage 2 needs to be done before we give it approval, because if stage 2 comes back and it says this design is unsafe, which is what the engineers found 20 plus years ago, this design is unsafe, therefore we've got an approval that we can't go back on. What the committee wants to do is to be able to approve a safe scheme. And that is not in our control.
Okay, so I've got a question to John Pateman-G. So can we give permission subject to stage 2 coming out showing that the junction is safe? So we grant permission subject that we want confirmation that stage 2 shows that the junction is safe. And if it is not safe, then it comes back to committee.
So a minded 2 recommendation. Sorry for stepping in, Chair. I know you asked John.
Well, I'm just saying, can we approve it if that's the decision of the committee, if we go down that route, that we approve this, but subject to stage 2 showing that the junction is safe. And if it shows that the junction isn't safe, then it has to come back to committee. Because effectively, then that sort of rules out, then that takes care of Andrew's point, Councillor Stringer's point, that we've got clarity that the junction is safe at stage 2. So permission is granted, subject to obviously what members vote, but subject to stage 2 showing that the junction is safe.
In my head, I'm still trying to work out if we are looking at a process of granting permission, but maybe we have a condition that says you can't build any houses unless the stage 2 is completed and satisfied, or we're looking at a delegation to get that detail before we actually issue the decision. I'm not quite sure which approach is best.
If we do that, then that takes care of the point that Councillor Stringer's made.
And it would work. I'd be happy with that. Yeah, I think it's a good idea if we can do that.
And sorry, Chairman, if I may step in as legal advisor, in
yes.
effect, is what is being suggested is in effect a slightly a more, not a Grampian condition, although not of the more common kind.
If I'm honest, to give the reassurance that I would probably prefer the condition route, but I think I'm going to ask Gemma and Ian for a further opinion on that, because I've not come across this situation before.
No, I think that we might just need 5-10 minutes to take that away, Chair, and work through the various options. I think the three of us probably could do with that if that's possible.
Passmore and I've just put something forward, but it's up to Councillor Passmore.
No, Matthew, I said I'm happy with that. It's about making it safe. I don't care how it's done as long as it's safe.
Can we 10 minutes, Chair? I appreciate this for belonging this. In order to give you the correct advice about which approach,
to get it right, and you've heard the concerns, and yes, there is that big concern there, and if that helps with the concern, then it's a way forward.
Okay, if you don't mind, yes, if we could possibly have 10 minutes, and
we'll start again at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
Super, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Chair. I will now conduct a roll call of members to make sure they're back after the break. So, Councillor Mayer.
Present.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Passmore.
Present.
Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Councillor Field.
Present.
Councillor Mansell.
Present.
And Councillor Matheson.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We're all here from members.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, so over to Gemma, I guess, or to Mr. DePrez.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the break. That was very helpful for us just to go through and work out the most effective way of delivering this, given members' concerns about this. And I think we probably have actually got a third suggestion of what we would suggest looking at in order to deliver that and give members that confidence that this is something that is within our control and something that we can look at the appropriate time. So what we would suggest is that this is actually further detailed in the section 106, and that the stage 2 safety audit would be required to be agreed concurrent with the submission of the first reserve matters application, and that then the junction would be subject to delivery prior to first occupation of any dwelling. I hope that was
just
what
run through that again. So through the section 1, just say that again, the early
Yep.
bit.
So your stage 2 safety audit would be subject to 106 agreement, so it would be part of the legal agreement, and that stage 2 safety audit would be required to be agreed concurrent with the first reserve matters application, so that at the time that we're looking at the design of those houses and that comes to committee, we will have that detail of the safety audit of the junction. And then the second part is that junction, as agreed through that design process, would be delivered prior to the first occupation of any dwelling.
So basically it will come back with reserve matters, and at that point it will have to be proven to know that it works.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Passmore and Councillor Muller, what are your thoughts on that? You happy with that as a way forward?
I think that will be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that covers it all, and that's what we were concerned about. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Councillor Stringer, you want to come in?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Sorry to be pedantic. Could I ask, I still don't think it covers it, what happens if the second stage audit comes back and it says it is unsafe? You have an approved outline permission.
No, because it would come back to reserve. It would come back as reserved matters. It would come back under reserved matters to members.
Sorry, that way you would have an approved outline application that's incapable of getting to the next stage. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that.
This is why we are putting it into the 106 as opposed to a condition. So this is the whole point of making sure that it's in the right legal area for us to ensure that you can't go any further past stop if the stop sign is put up.
So actually, then, in answer, if it's part of the 106, you don't get your approval until the 106 is signed. Is that correct?
Or, if I may, Chairman, if I can butt in now, I think I was available to my colleagues, but I left them to work out this little detail. But the point is, you can use a 106 agreement, can in effect say, although there is a planning permission, it might not get implemented. And if I'm reading the minds of my colleagues, that's your intention?
That was our intention, because obviously that's why we thought the 106 route would be the more safer and confident route that we could take, that we could ensure the members' wishes.
So just to be 100% clear, if it doesn't meet stage 2,
it can't go any further.
It can't go any further because of the section 106. So hopefully that covers your point, Andrew.
That clarity is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one other hand, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I'm no lawyer, clearly, but I just wonder whether the form of the 106 is actually that the chief planning officer's got a delegated authority to refuse if the safety audit fails. Really, is that perhaps what's Gemma suggesting?
No, we're not. We are suggesting we grant planning permission, but the control is put into the 106 agreement ultimately. And I will just mention this. We actually, when we were talking offline, we were talking to the chief planning officer at the same time about this. So we are confident and clear. And ultimately, with the 106 agreement, the applicant has to sign up to it, and also the county council will be party to it as well.
And if, Chairman, if I might, I mean, Councillor Stringer is quite right as a general principle. If you grant an outline permission, then you are saying in principle up to that number of houses, maybe not the whole number. If as a push will have to be allowed under reserve matters somehow. But the Section 106 agreement alters that and says although there is going to be an outline permission, it is subject to this proviso that might, on a worst case scenario, prevent it. It's unusual, but it's lawful, and it seems to be the best solution of dealing with this conundrum.
Sorry, we don't have any other hands up, so I am proposing that we go to a vote. But John, did you want to, before we do that, you said there were a couple of things you wanted to tee off?
Yeah, yes, please, Chair. Right, let's just get the notes. Yeah, I'm quite happy that officers may say that some of these things want to go to the reserved matters, but possibly some of them don't. So if we could just go through them. On page 126, there's a request that the travel plan coordinator that would be appointed should engage with other travel plan coordinators in this area, and I wondered how the mechanism for that might be provided. That was the first one. Then the sustainable efficiency measures, just to clarify that that they are as set out on page 208. But I did want to ask Mr. Pateman G whether he put forward a suggestion 2 weeks ago at committee that the sustainable efficiency measures might come forward with concurrent with the reserve matters application, so that they were thought through fully before the thing was finalised. That was that one there. And then the other question is yes, so we're page 127 on the travel plan. The bullet. Let's see. No, this is 106 point says framework and detailed travel plan, and that should be including travel packs. Hopefully that follows. But that's but the trickiest one is last one is on the housing mix to be in accordance with the strategic, etc. On page 44. Can we at this stage or at the later stage require 2 Part M3 wheelchair user dwellings and also 2 Part M2 accessible and adaptable dwellings? Yes, finished.
Yeah, okay. I think we've got to be careful of I mean, we're not here to rewrite the whole thing now.
I'm not. I'm adding.
Okay. Yes, but there's a limit. John, do you want to just comment on what is included already, and then we'll have to go back to Tim and Dave.
Well, between me and Gemma, we can do this. Ultimately, in terms of the travel plan, that is part of the 106 anyway, and the negotiations about those elements will be part of that with agreement with the county in any event. So I'm not really needing to unpack that, I don't think, because I think that's already covered. In terms of the sustainability condition within your recommendation, yes, I did last time say we could change that to be concurrent with the first reserved matters. I see no reason why we couldn't do that here, unless Gemma has any other thoughts, but I think that's a straight matter of timing. We can add that in to ensure that it's a concurrent, and ultimately with regard to the access issues, the final design of appearance scale and so on in respect of the properties Of course, they need to be compliant with building control, which picks up on disability, but ultimately I would suggest that is a reserved matter point that can be picked up later, but it isn't a specific point I would suggest we need to make now in terms of the mix, in terms of bedroom numbers and so on, that we need to look at now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In the main, I did, when I read the building regulations on this point,
John,
note that it should be part of the permission, although it was in the building reg. So that was I'm not clear about what that means exactly, but I just rely that officers will get us to discuss that at the right point, whenever it is.
Thank you. Okay. Any other points before we go to a vote?
Councillor Passmore happy with the concurrent
sustainable? Yeah, you can by all means use that word.
It makes a significant difference, we feel.
Okay, John. So I'm just going to ask now. We've had it proposed by Councillor Passmore, and seconded by Councillor Muller. As per the recommendations on page 43, 44 and 45 of our papers, but with the addition of a couple of points. And Gemma, will you just reconfirm those points, please, so we're absolutely clear?
Of course. So the first point was we'll have an informative note about the high quality landscaping to be agreed. Then we've got the amendment to the section 106 aspect in terms of the stage 2 safety audit and the delivery of the junction, as we discussed. And then we've got the slight addition to the sustainability condition that would be agreed concurrent with the reserved matters.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now hand over to the monitoring officer, to Robert Carmichael to take an electronic vote. The governance officer.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I've been promoted quite yet. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app. Before we start, I would just like to check. Councillor Stringer, have you been able to get into modern.gov?
I believe I have. It keeps throwing me out, but I keep going back in.
Brilliant. Thank you, Councillor. So I will now, if members could go to the attendance and voting tab.
Yeah.
And I will now start the vote. It should appear now in a light blue colour.
Robert, it's logged me out over the time.
Yeah, it's logged me out as well.
So I'm afraid I think we just go. It's logged me out because we've been so long. So I think we're going to have to do a manual vote.
Okay,
please.
Chair, that's absolutely fine. So if members could please, I already have received 2 votes, so I won't repeat those ones in there, but these will be recorded and I will add them in after the meeting for clarity's sake. So for the people who have not voted, could I please ask Councillor Hicks for your vote?
4.
Councillor Sarah Mansell. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mansell. Apologies, it's in the list there. So Councillor Matheson.
Against.
Councillor. I think Councillor Passmore has just voted.
Yeah, 4.
Thank you. And then finally, and Councillor Stringer, just to check that you've got in and voted as well, because I've seen you on.
I have, yeah.
List. Yeah. So thank you, Chair. That is carried by 6 votes to 1.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we're going to move swiftly on then. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to the next application, which is DC 20-03704, land west of the Old Norwich Road, Whitton. Now I'd like to invite the case officer, Bradley Heffer, to introduce the application to committee. Bradley, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'll just share my screen. Hopefully, if you could just say when you can see that it's okay. Apologies. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yep.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
It's not in presentation mode, though. It's,
I'll just adjust that.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so good afternoon, members, ladies and gentlemen. This application is a reserved matters proposal you're being asked to consider for 190 dwellings on a site off Old Norwich Road in Whitton. The high-level location view you can see in front of you shows the site and shows, if you can see my cursor, hopefully you can, the edge of what is in effect Ipswich at this point, Whitton. And there's the site we're talking about, and there's the A14 trunk road, and this is the roundabout that serves Angular Retail Park, Asda, and various other businesses. And to the north here, you can see on the plan Claydon. The larger scale plan shows the line of Old Norwich Road, where the access would be taken from. And also, at this point, it's useful to point out, if I've had a chance to read through my report, that this site follows on from an outline planning application to develop a larger site, which also included the piece of land in this triangle to the north. It was refused by councillors at the committee, went to appeal, and the subsequent appeal was successful insofar as it related to this part of the site. So in effect, the inspector issued a split decision and allowed development on this part of the site, but saw fit to refuse development on the triangular piece to the north. The constraints map, there's not many constraints as such to talk about. I mean, the black line you can see here is the edge of Ipswich Borough. You'll see the site abuts Ipswich Borough there. Not too clear, unfortunately, on the plan, but there is a public footpath which runs part of the way along here and out onto Ipswich Road. And you'll see that there are also some historic heritage assets, i.e. listed buildings on the plan within mid-Suffolk, but they're well away from the site itself. The nearest heritage asset to this site is actually within Whitton, which, as I said, is in Ipswich Borough. There's a conservation area which contains various listed buildings at this part, basically on the road junction. This is the red line site, and just to advise in terms of that, it's a 10-hectare site approximately, and 1.8 hectares of that would be given to open space. As part of the planning approval granted at appeal, the inspector saw fit to identify a parameters plan which had been submitted, I understand, at the time of the appeal, and basically suggested that this should be the way that development on this site is guided. So as you will see, just to pick out the salient points, this darker colour here, it's proposed that development up to 3 stories could take place here. The lighter strip you see here, development up to 2 stories. So in effect, the residential development would be taking place in that chunk. This area here would be given over to open space. Vehicular access would take place off of this point here. And this plan also identifies the existing planting which is on the site, shown in green. So there are parameters in place that must guide the reserved matters proposals. That's resulted in the production of the master plan. And if I quickly flick to the coloured one, it's probably a bit clearer for you. This shows the means of access from Old Norwich Road, leading through a spine arrangement up to that point there, with smaller status roads leading off, various perimeter blocks and linear development. And as you can see to the south here, there is the open space. Dwellings are detached, semi-detached, and there are some terraces. The annotation of this plan is different, and I should point out that east is north, if that makes sense, but this will give you an idea of the proposed landscaping scheme for the site. As you'd expect with a scheme of this size, that it involves sustainable urban drainage, and this is the basin that would be part of that arrangement. You'll also see the larger area of open space, as I've mentioned before, and there's a number of trees that would be proposed as part of the landscaping scheme within the new residential area. As identified in my report, there's character areas that are being created within the site. The lighter green is the more formal areas, which is known as the street. The darker green is the less formalised development. So there's two distinct two areas of character that are being created within the site to add some visual interest. The permeability plan, I put this in there because it shows basically where the pink lines would be the routes that pedestrians would take, and other alternative routes off the site would be available in blue as it's planned access across the open space. And as I said before, there's a line of a public footpath that runs across here, and these would link in with the line of the public footpath. Just quickly, the affordable housing plan, we've had some discussions with the developer about the location, not the amount, because that's fixed in the section 106 and it meets the policy requirement. But when the application first came in, it was a lot more concentrated in one location, and through negotiation, it's been moved across the site, and the strategic housing team are happier, or they're content with what's shown on that drawing. Just so that you're aware, the red dwellings are the shared ownership units and the blue ones are the affordable rent. Story heights, pink is 2-storey, yellow is 1-storey. As I said, with the parameters plan, that did recognise that up to 3-storey development could be provided on the site, but there's no instances of 3-storey development here. Boundary treatments, this looks amazingly complicated, but the reason I've put this on is that it indicates on this line here where the acoustic fence would go in. The details of that have to be agreed as part of a condition that was imposed on the outline planning application. And as members will appreciate, that's in order to deal with the impact of the trunk road, which runs adjacent to the site on this side. Excuse me, I think the other points are point out is where you've got key areas within the public realm, they're actually using, it was proposed to use walling, which is green, as opposed to other sorts of enclosure like close boarded fencing. So I think in terms of the overall value of the scheme, that certainly helps. The parking strategy, just quickly to go through this, each unit either benefits from a garage and associated space. So the garages are shown in the yellowish colour. The associated spaces are shown green. Visitor spaces are shown in the orange colour here. And the other thing worth pointing out is where dwellings don't benefit from a garage, for example, along this boundary. And here you'll see small blue dots, and that's actually shed provision. So there will be secure cycle parking for all the units. Charging points, the proposal includes vehicle charging points in every garage, and where garages aren't provided, for example, in shared or parking areas to the front, you'll see that there's standalone charging units to be provided, or in the cases of individual units where garages aren't, where they've got on-plot parking, there's charging points proposed on flank walls. But again, every unit in effect has got charging, or not the visitor spaces, but certainly the resident spaces have got charging points. I'll quickly run through the design. As you can see, it's a traditional architectural approach that's being taken with regard to the scheme. The street scenes enable you to understand the undulating nature of the proposal. Sorry, the application site. It's taller towards or higher towards the trunk road, and then falls down towards Old Norwich Road. I'll quickly run through these. As you can see, they're all traditionally formed buildings, brick with tiled roofs, and no doubt members have seen this sort of development proposal before. But in terms of context, we're happy that these will sit there quite comfortably and not appear incongruous in this location. And lastly, some photographs of the site. This is looking southwards along Old Norwich Road, and there's a sweep along the road. This is approximately where the access into the site will be coming in, looking again southwards across the site, across the road. You can't fail to notice, obviously, the pylons, which are the main feature within the landscape. And this is looking up the road. Again, you'll see, and if you've read in my report, Old Norwich Road is part of the Sustrans route, so therefore there's a cycle lane within the highway that carries that backwards and forwards through the bus gate, which is at the end of Old Norwich Road, and limits the amount of traffic that can use Norwich Road. A sweep across the site itself from the road. Again, you hopefully get some sort of flavour of the height change as you get towards the A14, which is in the distance here. And that is the feature along the northern boundary, which would be retained as part of the planning application proposals. And this house here is the nearest house to the access, which on this photograph be coming in approximately at this point. And there's another view there. I've put this photograph in because as you go along the ribbon of development along the road here, between two houses, there is a gap, which is an access to the field at the rear, but it isn't part of the public right-of-way network. I'm not sure, to be honest, whether it was an old agricultural access, but as part of the proposals, this wouldn't be used as a means of access, and the plan would show close boarded fencing at the end here to stop this off, but I thought it's worth just showing you that. And again, there's a last view of the site, which is looking adjacent to the first house to the north, where the access comes in, and you can, in the background there, you can see the Whitehall, I think it's Whitehall Industrial Estate in the distance. The only thing I would say is hopefully you've had a chance to look at the late representation sheet, which identifies that there's we've now had confirmation from the Suffolk Archaeology that they have agreed in a position with regard to archaeological investigation on the site with the developer, notwithstanding the condition that was put in by the inspector at the time not being seen as being fit for purpose. So I'm pleased to be able to advise there is an agreed position on that. I've also added in there that the strategic housing team has no objection to the proposals. We hadn't had that available, unfortunately, when I did my report. And also I've slightly adjusted the recommended conditions, and the reason I've done that, as you can see, is that they repeat conditions that were imposed by the inspector at the appeal stage, or otherwise in the case of materials, they were included with the application submission. So I think that's all I need to say at this stage, Chair, and obviously take some questions.
Thank you very much. Open it up to members. First of all, Councillor Muller, then Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Bradley, in the papers, paragraph 5.7, you talk about triple parking. Can you please let me know, please, how many properties will have triple parking on this site? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I've got a further plan, which I didn't show in the original application submission, which does deal with that, because I thought that may be something you would query. I think we've calculated there's 31 in total, and the developer has actually indicated a plan showing the provision of triple parking spaces, which, as I've said in my report, are taken off of private drives rather than what would be the adoptable highway network. Sorry, they're just for clarity, they're shown in pink.
Can you just elaborate on that for me? So for example, the bottom left-hand one, you've got 5 houses all together with triple parking. Where do they park? Because they never use triple parking. So where will they park their cars if they have more than? Because people don't triple park. So where are they supposed to park?
I think that
the road is so narrow there, so they're going to block the highway.
Well, I think in this particular case, Chair, it would be if you didn't park in these spaces, you'd be creating an obstruction for other road users. So, you know, if you did have lots of cars sitting up here, you wouldn't physically be able to drive up and down there, be due to the nature of the road. So I think it would be neighbourly, if that's the right word to use, that triple parking arrangement.
Okay, so it's very hard to see. So on the either side of that road, what is there? Green verges, or is it?
On this particular part, these would be soft areas to the front. Yes.
So they'll park on the soft areas.
Well, there's nothing to stop them doing that, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Muller, because I too was going to ask about triple parking. But my other question relates to the access for this site, which hasn't really gone into a lot of detail in the presentation. And I'd also like to make reference to paragraph 5.4, which is on page 259. Now, we've got a roundabout here, and in paragraph 5.4, it says it's understood that the roundabout provides a safe form of junction, and it has seemed to have done a safety audit. And then it goes on, particularly bearing in mind that this road also forms part of National Sustrans network. So we have, and it says that the junction includes separate cyclist lanes, which I couldn't spot in the diagram. And I would like to know, bearing in mind that this is part of the National Cycle Network Route 51, what the path of a cyclist travelling from Ipswich towards Claydon, how they will go round the roundabout, because that cycle lane looks like it forces you into the new housing estate.
Yes, apologies, Councillor Mansell. I should have dealt more time on the application in terms of the my presentation in terms of the access. This is the proposed form of access, as you can see, hopefully, which is showing the mini roundabout that would serve the site. Just by way of explanation, that would be the route of the cyclist. It would be separate from the remainder of the carriageway, because I think that the actual cycle route starts, or the defined cycle route starts in that position at the present time and continues up the road. So what's been designed is to include that round onto the roundabout and then take it up northwards. So that would be a separate, a separate provision for cyclists. And just very quickly before I stop, these areas here, just so members are clear, are the crossing points on that junction.
Can I come back to that? So that cycle lane, if you're coming northwards out of Ipswich, you are forced into the left-hand lane. So it's really difficult to go straight on. And it is an on-road cycle path. It is not a dedicated off-road, segregated cycle path.
No, the current provision on site is, or the current provision in Old Norwich Road for cyclists is within the carriageway, and you come along here, and there you'd have the line where you meet the actual roundabout. So the cyclist, if they wanted to carry on north, would be there at that point and then cross the roundabout and then go up.
Yeah, so in entirely the unsafe position, but I will go into this in debate.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, you're next.
Thank you. Yes, I'm grateful to see slide 47. I did ask the officer to make sure that was included in the presentation, and thanks to Councillor Mansell for picking up the same point. I wondered on slide 9, there was this sort of black blob, which I didn't really understand quite what that was telling us. And then when I kind of disappeared altogether when we got to the layout of the houses. I suspect it's something to do with the drainage or something. We've not got back there yet, have we? Yes, that's it. Yes, that black
the one,
blob.
Councillor?
Yeah. So
Yep.
it's a bit. Yes, it's twisted round, isn't it? Yeah. So So the orange blob that was on the earlier map is turned into a driveway, which is immediately above the black blob. So what is the actual black blob? Two blobs now.
Do you mean that?
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I think what's actually happened when they produced this drawing, they've taken the layer or the photograph of the layout and projected this over that photograph. So that is actually the existing trees, the line of existing trees on the site, and that's come through the sort of the same colour as the trees you've got along the top there. So that's trees.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's a path through the middle of it somewhere.
Yes. Yeah. There's
some new
there,
light
yes.
green blobs are a new planting then.
These are trees. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we don't have any other hands up, so we'll now move on. We don't have any representative from the parish, so I'll now move to an objector who wishes to speak. Mr. Stephen Bates, if you'd like to turn on your camera and your microphone, please. If we could take down the slide presentation, please. Thank you. Mr. Bates, welcome.
Good afternoon now, everybody. Thank
Yes,
you very much
afternoon.
for hearing me. Okay, are we all ready?
Have you got a camera? Have you got a camera you want to turn on?
Hello?
Have you got a camera you'd like to turn on? There we go.
I have turned that on.
It's come through.
Yep.
It's over to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. It seems like only yesterday that you voted unanimously against this development, only for matters to be taken out of your hands at the appeal. While we must all accept the fact that this development will progress, we still have the opportunity to ensure that it is the best that it can be. With this in mind, I come before you to raise the serious concerns that the residents still have. One, there will be a considerable SUD system put in place on the southern boundary of this site. This is directly above several low-lying properties on Old Norwich Road. The residents of these properties are extremely concerned about the effect of the new SUDS development on their properties in respect of drainage and flooding. Should these plans be passed in their current form, what guarantees will either Mid Suffolk Council or Bellway Homes offer to the residents of these properties in future years? Number two, a buffer zone for this development is being provided to the northeast, to which several of the new properties' rear gardens will back onto. Previous experience tells us that these can become a haven for fly tipping, antisocial behaviour and other low-level crime. It was raised as a recommendation by your own consultees that this boundary should be brick wall rather than wooden fencing to improve the security of this boundary and to stop new residents erecting gated access into the buffer zone. I would urge the committee to take note of your own council's recommendations and compel Bellway Homes to erect a brick boundary to the rear of these properties. Number three, the existing property to the side of plot 1 is a bungalow, which already lies approximately 2 metres lower than the new proposed 2-storey building and is occupied by 2 elderly residents aged 81 and 79. Not only will the new access road pass directly to the side of their garden, but they will now be confronted with a featureless 2-storey brick wall directly behind their rear fence. This will create a dominating and overbearing presence. As a retired couple, they spend a lot of time in their garden, and this building will destroy their way of life and have a significant impact on their mental health and well-being. We ask the committee to consider a bungalow for this plot. Number four, we're somewhat baffled by the decision to build a roundabout as a site access. It appears to make no sense whatsoever, either in terms of road safety, cost or pollution. As it stands, the northbound entrance to this roundabout will service 6 houses and 2 buses an hour, hardly the typical requirement for a roundabout. As you are aware, the cameras at the bus gate on Old Norwich Road do not work, and an increasing number of residents of Claydon and Ipswich now use this with impunity. A roundabout would provide easy access for residents of the new estate to go northbound into Claydon to avoid congestion. Furthermore, as the proposals stand, the roundabout is sited directly on the sole access for our stables. Finally, as noted above, the residents directly to the side of the site entrance are quite elderly, and with this development scheduled to last approximately 5 years, that will likely be the rest of their lives. I would therefore ask the committee to ensure that a sympathetic management plan is created and strictly enforced to ensure the minimum noise impact possible to residents. Thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Spot on 3 minutes, so thank you for that. I'm happy to open it up to questions. Could you just from my perspective, on the brick boundary wall, you're talking about the acoustic?
No, this is the gardens. Basically, in the appeal decision, there was a buffer zone. So this would be the northeast corner of the development. Geographically, there's a boundary buffer zone between the new estate and existing houses on Old Norwich Road. At the moment, Bellway proposed to put wooden fencing in there. I think your own consultee suggested that should be a brick wall, but they appear to have ignored that. One assumes that's just cost.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Field, you have a question. Sorry, John. John, we've lost you. John, I'm afraid you have a very high-pitched voice, talking very fast. It's not the John Field we know. So, John, I'm afraid what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to just pause for you to log out and log in again.
Was that the helium break, Councillor?
It was, wasn't it? We'll give him 1 minute. He'll just log in. It does happen every now and then. I don't want anyone else to ask questions because otherwise he'd miss hearing the answer. So we just need to wait for him to log back in.
Okay, I'm back in, I hope.
Oh, well done, John. Yep, you're back in. I was sounding your usual self, so welcome.
Thank you. I was just informing you that my Surface Pro is completely frozen. I can't even get the power to go off. So I left the meeting about 12:30, and I've just rejoined. I don't know whether the legal view is then I shouldn't take any more notice, but I am the county councillor for the area, so.
Councillor Field, did you hear what? Sorry, is it Mr. Bell? Did I mishear? Is the speaker?
Bates.
I do beg your pardon, Mr. Bates.
Okay.
I've heard nothing since the sort of first question or so to the officer.
So
Councillor Mansell.
He's missed 10 minutes. Over 10 minutes.
Completely missed Mr. Bates. Then.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. That's quite an issue, isn't it? Well, it's not fair to ask Mr. Bates to repeat himself or to.
Well, and also, he's missed more than that because Mr. Bates only spoke for 3 minutes and he's missed 10 minutes.
Well, so is Councillor Field is the county councillor for the area? He's not the ward. He's not the district member, is he? No. So otherwise, he wouldn't be voting anyway. I hate to say this. I think we're going to have to lose Councillor Field from the rest of this item. I can't, Mr. Carmichael, unless you can think of an option that avoids that, which I can't.
Yeah, I mean, unless we redo the last 10, 12 minutes, but I think.
I would tend to agree, Chair, with my colleague, Mr. Dupre, and I apologies on that point, but it is as per regulatory meetings that all information must be heard for a councillor to make a decision and vote on it.
I'll listen with interest and not vote.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matheson, you were next.
Yeah, Chair, I was just wondering whether we might have the option of hearing Councillor Field but not letting him vote. You probably have useful things to say.
No, well, no, we need to. If he's not participating, he's not participating.
I agree, Chairman. It's all or nothing, I think. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Matheson, anything else? Nope. Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Bates. We'll now move on to the agent, Laura Dudley-Smith, and Sarah Cornwall, who's also here to answer questions. If you'd like to turn your camera on, please. And again, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, just checking you can all hear and see me.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's Development Control Committee meeting. I'm Laura Dudley-Smith of Stratton Parker. Stratton Parker are the planning consultants acting on behalf of Bellway Homes for the scheme presented this afternoon. Bellway Homes are a successful house builder, delivering and building out a number of sites across Suffolk and Essex. You will be aware of the recent consent granted for 65 homes in Hawley, which gives an indication of Bellway's commitment to high quality design and layout, as well as that also recently approved 75 homes in Worsted by Baber Planning Committee. Outline planning permission on this application site was granted on appeal in March 2019. The principle of access from Old Norwich Road was agreed through the outline permission, and this application deals with its details, alongside layout, scale, appearance and landscaping, having regard to the requirements of the parameter plans also previously agreed. The plans before you have developed as a result of close working with the Council's officers and consultees. As the officers have indicated, the scale, layout and appearance of the proposed development has been carefully considered to take account of a number of existing site constraints and features, including noise, overhead cables, trees and utility easements, whilst also meeting the Council's design standards. It has been important to ensure that there will be no adverse impact upon existing residential properties adjacent to the site. As a result, the plans provide a landscaping buffer with appropriate boundary treatments to ensure security to the rear of these properties in this area in particular. All the homes will meet nationally described space standards and will also provide ducting for electric vehicle charging. We have worked with Suffolk County Highways to ensure that the site's access meets the county's standards in terms of dimensions and safety, alongside the internal road network and parking provision too. The proposed roundabout arrangement has been requested by Suffolk Highways in the interests of usability and safety for all users, and has also been the subject of a Stage 2 safety audit for further assurances. There are no objections from the Council's housing officer, nor from ecology, landscape, drainage or environmental health consultees specifically. We have worked with Suffolk County Council's archaeology team to agree an appropriate investigation strategy for the site too, and have also engaged directly with neighbouring residents and the Parish Council throughout the planning process, and we believe any outstanding queries in this regard have been covered in the officer's report. The development of the site will ensure the provision of the Section 106 contributions that were agreed at outline of over £1 million towards a new primary school, highways improvements and the Council's RAMs, as well as nearly £2 million of SIL payments to assist the Council's wider infrastructure needs for the district also. The site will provide 67 affordable homes and a large area of landscaped open space, which will include a young children's play area. We do hope that you will be able to agree with your officer's recommendation to ensure the delivery of this site and the provision of new homes to meet the needs of the local area, alongside the other associated benefits. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions. I haven't got any. Oh, Councillor Stringer, then Councillor Mansell, then I'll come in after them.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. You said you're only going to be putting ducting in for electric charging points. So plastic ground, is it? That's it.
No, so they're the channels and the cabling, and then the cables are kind of rolled up and put behind a plate, basically. So it's the only bit that would need to be installed will be the specific actual kind of boxes that will vary obviously between different requirements and user preferences.
Okay, so it's the ducting and the cabling that's
yes.
been provided. Also, how are these dwellings going to be heated?
I think that's due to be covered in the sustainability information that's been requested by condition. So that's been applied to the outline. That was applied to the outline consent. I don't know if I think we've got Sarah on the call from Bellway Homes, whether she's got any intention in this regard at this stage.
Yes, you're correct, Laura, that this will be sorted out at the RM stage for the conditions. We've got a new condition for sustainability. We'll address it in there, but basically, yeah, it probably will be gas boilers, which ordinarily it is.
Sorry, it isn't. Okay. It makes a difference to the sustainability financially of the dwellings if you're going to use fossil fuel, because they're being phased out, and mortgage companies are getting increasingly concerned now about mortgaging gas-fired buildings.
So I understand that the EHO that we've been liaising with regarding the who's requested for the application of this additional condition to any RM approval does specifically require details of projected costs for future upgrades and elements to be so that he can consider them in respect of discharging that condition. So hopefully that would enable them to have the view of that at that point, and for discussions as required to before any condition can be discharged.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a couple of questions of my own, but just following on from the conversation following Councillor Stringer's question, I'm a little confused because the presenters are talking about the RM application. I thought this was the Reserve Matters application, so I'm a little confused about that. But I have a couple of questions. One is to do with one of the plans that we've got in on the website is a chimney plan, and there are a number of houses that are allocated seem to have a chimney. Are they actually going to have a fireplace, or are these just sort of cosmetic chimneys? And I would like to go back to the access arrangements, and I don't know if we still have our Suffolk County Council highways person here, but can you tell me if other access arrangements were considered, or whether it just went straight to being a roundabout?
So if I jump in there initially, the chimneys, yes, I think they're primarily aesthetic features. They were something that were added during the lifetime of the application, following discussion with the planning officers who requested these as kind of additional design features and to provide variation across the site. And in terms of the access, agree, happy for input from Suffolk Highways and say if they are already here, but our understanding is that, well, we know that yes, a number of options were considered, including kind of more standard priority junctions, but in a lot of instances, whilst one would favour one user, it would be to the detriment of others, and I think that was hence why Suffolk's conclusion was that actually this felt like the best kind of all-round solution to ensure safety for all users of the access.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on going on very much the same grounds as Councillor Stringer has started. Page 319 of our papers, we've got the environmental management officer asking, in fact, pointing out that the condition that was requested in 2017, that's presumably we refused eventually, I think, and then it was appealed. The request for a sustainability and energy strategy at that time has still not been met at this time. And bearing in mind the point just made about we really don't want any more gas-fired heating, excuse me, have the architects not considered the orientation of the dwellings in order to minimise the requirement for heating to be provided?
So I think you're right. So in terms of the environmental health comments, you rightly recognise that I think they requested a condition to be applied to the outline consent. That wasn't applied, and therefore we had no reason to. There was no condition for us to discharge at that point. Hence why they're now requesting that a similar condition is required to any approval of this a reserve matters application, so that it remains a topic still for discussion and for approval by the EHO and the local planning authority. So that's the current position on that. And I think in terms of orientation of the buildings, obviously, I think from an architectural perspective, I would expect that for our architects, that's a sort of fundamental principle of design that's followed on all schemes like this, and would have been taken into account as far as is sort of feasible and achievable on the site.
So really, we're not being offered any indication of how the heating is going to take place, other than connecting it to the gas grid. We haven't actually got any tangible evidence in front of us at the moment.
I say my understanding is at the moment it would be the baseline would be for it to be gas that's provided across railway schemes as standard, but obviously that is going to be further open to further discussion with the Planning Authority and Environmental Health team as part of the agreement of the proposed condition.
Could we hear from Bellway on that point, Chair?
By all means.
Yeah. We normally build houses with gas boilers, is what it comes down to. However, there is the condition that we need to meet. I'm not sure there's anything within your policy that says that it needs to be any other way of heating a house. It's very unusual for a condition to be placed on us that we need to be doing a different heat source. Unfortunately, residents or future residents aren't as amicable to new ways of heating their properties. They're used to gas boilers. That's what when they see, they know how to use them. Anything else is just, it's obviously as not as marketable for us. But obviously, if this condition needs to be approved by your sustainability officer, it's a different situation. But
thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, you want to come back? Then I'll come in after you.
Yeah, I just want to just clarify for you, in terms of gas being normal, we are in mid-Suffolk. Gas connection is actually the abnormal here. And equally, government is outlawing fossil fuel boilers, and the time is varying, but the time for banning them will be in the mortgageable life of these properties. And that's why the sustainability argument economically comes in if there isn't a ecologically minded approach to how we develop. Just because we've always done it no longer cuts it in terms of those that will be asked to fund these properties, i.e. mortgage companies. So what we're tasked with doing is making sure that builders don't build things that then become economically unsustainable.
Yeah, so again, just jumping quickly, I think, thank you for the comments. It's all noted. Fundamentally, how a property is heated is not, to my understanding, a kind of material consideration for consideration of a reserve matters application. Hence why our expectation is that it's something that would be dealt with by way of condition and at technical delivery stage.
Okay, can I just ask a quick couple of questions? Would the applicant be able to comment around the question around the brick wall that was mentioned by the Mr. Bates, and also around changing the design next to the bungalow so the bungalow isn't overshadowed? And finally, the triple parking. We know triple parking doesn't work. It causes chaos on estates. I see that Sarah Corwell's nodding to that, so you know only too well that it doesn't work, and it obviously doesn't work on Bellway projects either. So what can we do to overcome the 31 houses that have got triple parking that we know will cause chaos with people parking on verges?
Okay, dealing with the triple parking first then. I don't believe it will create chaos. I think that the position of the triple parking is in private drives. You're saying that they could potentially park on the verge. They can't, because that's going to be their front garden, and they're probably going to have either a brick wall or some sort of fencing or a nice hedge along there. I don't think they're going to be parking on the front of their garden at all. They're going to have free spaces, which is adequate for them to park in, is what I feel. I wouldn't be, we have to manage these schemes. We're a management company. Bellway own the management company until it gets passed on to a separate management company. We don't want to give ourselves a headache. We feel that in this location it is fine, because otherwise we're just going to be having residents just raising issues within the management company constantly, and that's something that we obviously want to avoid. So we feel at this location it's fine.
Okay, well, that'll be for us, I guess, to decide. And the brick boundary?
The brick boundary, I think I know what he's talking about. To be honest with you, I don't know the exact detail of whether it's all a fence or whether it's all a brick wall. I don't think there's an issue with the buffer zone being, undue security or anything along there. We've fenced it off. There's a gate for just the management company to maintain the area. We did originally leave it open so that the residents could use it, but in discussions with Mr. Bates, we've closed it off, and it just will literally be for the management company to maintain it, cut the grass, prune the trees. We put some trees in there as well to kind of block some views. If it is a really big issue, I'm sure we can put some brick walls down there. I don't see the point personally, because it's a far enough buffer area away from their properties that I don't think it would have an impact whether there's a fence or a wall. It is a boundary, but if it is a major point, then I'm sure we could accommodate that.
And the house next to the bungalow, the elderly people in their 70s and 80s.
Yeah, we have changed the orientation of plot 1. We have changed the orientation of the roof line. We have made sure that the window has got obscure glazing in it. We've moved it as far away as we can from the plot, from his existing housing bungalow. It is a sales area. It won't be occupied for some time because it won't be in use until the sale of pretty much the whole development has been sold, and then it'll be sold off. So if he's talking, I don't want to put a time scale on it, but realistically, it's not going to be in use for a good sort of 3-4 years anyway. It's because it is a sales office and sales use. So
I don't get the relevance of that.
Well, he's saying that it's people are going to be in there and affecting his amenity for that bungalow plot. However, no one's actually going to be living there until right at the end of the development, because it is a sales unit. So people will be wandering around having a look at the unit, but no one's going to be in the garden playing football.
Right, but your houses last. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So it gets sold off at the end of the whole scheme.
Yeah,
so no one's going to be in there for a while.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't think it's going to impact them for 3 years, but in 3 years it will impact them.
Yeah. Or maybe even longer than that by the time they build up the scheme. So yeah.
Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Looking at the position of the SUDs, the point made by Mr. Bates that the existing housing is downhill from the large SUDs area. Is there any scope for moving that elsewhere on that plot so that should that SUDs fail in some way, the water isn't going to pour downhill into their garden and house?
So the location and the depth and the size of that has all takes into account obviously the site levels and the way the site drains. Obviously you can't just put a SUDS basin anywhere on the site because the water wouldn't travel to it. So it has to be at the point at which the water is expected to route through to, and that has been deemed to be that location. It would feel therefore that presumably if that location has been agreed with the drainage engineers and Suffolk as the lead local flood authority, that the water will be routed to that location. It would be unlikely for it to go back on itself back towards the houses. We have to take the advice of our drainage consultants and Suffolk County as the flood authority in that respect, that this is the suitable location and it's been designed to what's considered appropriate and safe for both new and existing users.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we move on. So we have no other speakers' questions. So we now move on to the ward members. We have 2 ward members, Councillor Tim Passmore and Councillor John Whitehead. Who would like to go first?
If you want to take it alphabetically and let Tim go first.
Okay, Councillor Passmore. Councillor Passmore, do you want to go first?
My mistake. Thank you very much for reminding me. I was getting straight in there before I was quite ready, getting ahead of myself. No, I just really want to emphasise the points that Stephen Bates made very, very well indeed, and I absolutely support all of those. Now, I don't know if the committee is able to look at this in some detail and make sure that the conditions deal with this. I think we heard from Sarah regarding the brick wall and security and these sorts of things. It's really important we don't have pockets for antisocial behaviour and other things that happen. I would just say you can, of course, get advice from Design Out crime officers from that well-known organisation, the Suffolk Constabulary, and it is important for that, as well, of course, as fly tipping. So I hope the management company, bearing in mind, obviously, outline permission's already been given, that is a serious point. So I just ask the committee to remember that. Also, on this point about the plot number 1, I think what we were really getting at there is that by putting a show house there, I understand there needs to be one there, but I think what was really asking, is there any way that that plot number 1 could actually be a bungalow instead? And I think if you want to work with people locally, that would be really, really appreciated. And I'm sure John Whitehead will be able to clarify a little bit more on that if necessary. The drainage and the flooding, we have to take, obviously, the drainage engineer's word for that. All I would ask is, in these days of rather extreme weather events, please make sure we are dealing for the unexpected once in a 100-year event. So bigger pipes, bigger drainage schemes with the capacity, far better to do it now than wait till, oh dear, there's a problem, and then we end up in a complete muddle. And I'm afraid, Chairman, I'm going to come back to this business about the junction and highways, which we had a protracted discussion about in the previous application. We really, really do need to make sure that it's safe for cyclists. I know it's a very quiet part of the old A45, but with this big development there, that will change. And the real concern from a lot of people discussed at the Claydon Parish Council meeting on Monday evening was, will people be tempted to try and use the old A45 to get to the A14, which of course shouldn't be permitted. And I know it's not the applicant's job to make sure that the CCTV there is working. I absolutely get that. But the reality is, we need to make sure that people are going in the right way, the permitted way, which is, of course, is back towards Ipswich, rather than trying to take a shortcut, which is prohibited. So I would ask the committee and perhaps the planning officers if there is a way they could look at that to make sure that those concerns, which are all legitimate from the parish council and local people, are addressed. And just remind you that the parish council's comments are there on page 271. Oh, and the last comment I want to make on the parking, really have to make sure that works well. Don't forget, we did have problems, those of us who've been on the council for some time, many years ago in parts of the Cedars Park development, when there was, I think we had 1.5 parking places per house. It caused some chaos, but it also restricted the access, for example, of refuse collections and emergency service vehicles. So just need some reassurance that that will not become a problem, because that would be pretty disastrous for all of us. So I'll now hand over to my colleague John Whitehead, if that's okay, Chairman. Thank you very much.
And I'll bring Councillor Mayer. Sorry, I missed your hand go up, so I'll bring you in after the other local member, if that's all right.
Sorry, that's
all right. Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Whitehead.
Hello, can you hear and see me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, members. As well as being the ward member for Claydon and Barham Ward, I'm also a parish councillor on the Claydon and Whitton Parish Council. And those parish councillors are happy for me to speak on their behalf today, whilst I'm wearing my ward member hat. So that's why you haven't heard from the parish councils separately. You have, of course, already seen their written representations within the committee documentation. But there really isn't a great deal extra that either myself or the parish council could wish to add beyond what's already been eloquently presented to you by Mr. Bates, who has spoken today as an objector. Mr. Bates, as a resident whose home is adjacent to the development, undertook the role of spokesperson for his near neighbours with both rigour and passion throughout the original application process, which even included addressing the inspector at the appeal hearing. But I welcome the opportunity to reinforce in my own words the points that Mr. Bates has raised, so that it will be fresh in your minds as we go into debate. So, turning to those concerns, we were all surprised to see a proposed roundabout at the entrance to this site. The Old Norwich Road, to the north of it, is closed to all but buses and cycles within a short distance. It serves only a half a dozen houses, plus those occasional buses and cycles. Therefore, the new road into the new estate of 190 dwellings will clearly become the main road with a high level of vehicle movements. Like you, I've read in the report pack the reasons made by highways for a roundabout. And whilst they are obviously experts in this field, it still doesn't intuitively feel like it is the correct decision. Unless there is some hidden agenda for the future, surely it would be more sensible to curve the new road into the new estate with just a minor junction off it to the right when approaching from Ipswich, a minor junction just to serve the few existing houses on the old road. And on that old road, beyond this proposed roundabout, there is immediately the sole access to stables on the right, plus a private drive within a few metres serving 2 existing dwellings on the left. How odd then to have a straight, how odd for those to be straight off a fast-flowing roundabout. Local residents here, as well as those in Claydon Village, want the Old Norwich Road to remain closed to through traffic. And that's a message I've heard constantly and clearly over the last 10 years. With the present inadequate in-ground barrier and unmanned CCTV cameras, more and more drivers unfortunately do break the law and travel through the no-go zone. Money from this new development must go towards beefing up the barriers and on monitoring the illegal road use. Many new residents with children attending the local schools in Claydon will also be tempted to use this unauthorised route. As Mr. Bates has already told you, a roundabout here will simply encourage rather than deter usage. Now, as the plans are currently drawn, my heart goes out to the elderly residents, George and Lorna, who live in the existing bungalow adjacent to the proposed house on plot 1. The officer in his presentation has already mentioned the adverse height changes from east to west, and I have visited myself and seen firsthand their home and garden. Standing there, it's easy to envisage the 2-storey side wall of plot 1 to the west-southwest and understand how it would block both the afternoon sun for most of the year, as well as being an unpleasantly obtrusive at all other times. It may be too big an ask of the developers for a bungalow to be built on plot 1, as we're told today that plots 1 and 2 will be used as marketing show homes. But surely if the plans were just changed marginally, so that on entering the new development, there would be first a single garage, and then the detached house, then another single garage, and then another detached house. That could be a reasonable compromise which would significantly ameliorate the situation. I mean, I can understand why it's planned as it is. Putting a double garage between plots 1 and 2 may form a useful short-term office and marketing suite for the show home staff. But the effect of this marginally short-term benefit is achieved only at the expense of the long-term detriment to the existing neighbours. And finally, just to cover 2 other points quickly, there is the matter of the boundary fence onto the northeast buffer zone you've heard of. As consultees have recommended, that should be a brick wall to improve security and prevent any access for fly tipping and antisocial behaviour. There's also a real concern over the proposed SUDs on nearby residents whose homes already sit on a high water table and who fear more flooding. Bellway and their agents have certainly done some excellent work, both with planning officers and in consulting with existing residents whilst drawing up these proposals. It's a shame that that good work has been let down by the key issues we've highlighted today. Issues with the roundabout, with plot 1, with the lack of a brick wall, and with the SUDs. I do feel these issues really need to be fundamentally addressed as part of this application's determination. Thank you very much.
Very much. Do you have any questions for the ward members, please? Okay, so we'll now move into, we don't have anyone else that wishes to speak, therefore we'll now go into open debate, and please just raise your hands as normal, and we can make a start. Who wants to go first? Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. No, I fully agree with what Mr. Bates and also the ward members have actually said about plot 1. It's okay to say, well, it's going to be a show home in its current form. It won't be occupied for 3 or 4 years, but at the end of the day, it will be occupied, and it could seriously affect the amenity of the elderly couple living on the original bungalow. Secondly, I still have grave concerns about the triple parking. Members will remember we had a case in Badwell Ash a few weeks ago where we deferred the application because of the triple parking, and the applicant came back with a new proposal which was acceptable. Both Councillor Passmore has raised this, Councillor Hicks as a chair has raised this. I live on Cedars Park, there is triple parking, and I can assure members it's an absolute nightmare. And I'm pretty convinced, certainly from what I have seen around Stowmarket, particularly on Cedars Park, that people will park on soft verges rather than using the actual triple parking. Thank you, Chair. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. There are lots of things about this development that I really don't like. One of which is false chimneys. I really don't see the point of putting fake chimneys on a roof when they serve no purpose. And I'm sure there are other ways of making houses slightly more distinctive. But I think that is a minor issue compared with some of the other issues. I'm not happy that they're likely to be gas-fired heating. I'm sure others on this committee will have more to say about that. But the thing that I am completely goes completely against my thoughts is this roundabout as the junction to access this development. I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Whitehead's comment, is I don't understand why they didn't curve the right of way around into the development, because this large development is what is going to be causing all the traffic on Old Norwich Road. I'm familiar with the bike path. I used to live in Ipswich, on that side of Ipswich, and I think the issues with the bus gate are a long-standing, and people do use it as a cut through. But considering this is on part of National Cycle Network, and we should be doing, especially in the current climate, we should be doing all that we can to encourage people to be out on their bikes to get between this development, Ipswich and Claydon. This is on a cycle path, and yet the cycle provision at the roundabout is appalling. Unfortunately, on-road cycle lanes force cyclists onto the left-hand side of the road. And if they want to go straight on, which is the way the cyclists are going to go on this bike route, they are in completely the wrong position on a roundabout. It is unsafe for them. So either we need to completely change the layout of that roundabout, or we need to have a proper off-road cycle path, because this is part of the National Cycle Network. So I assume that Mr. Barber is no longer with us, but I would love to hear Suffolk County Council's reasons as to why they thought this was the most appropriate access arrangement. One other thing I don't like about this development is the fact that it doesn't seem to have taken any opportunity to improve pedestrian connectivity. In a way, it almost looks like a bit of a sort of old-fashioned estate where we're trying to block people off, force them into their cars, and not encourage people to walk. Having landscape buffers that just seem like complete dead ends and a waste of space, why weren't they turned into some sort of feature and pedestrian access way, and have houses looking onto it or whatever to solve the crime issue? I just don't think the layout is fit for the 21st century. So unless I hear other comments that make me change my mind, I do not feel that I'm in a position that I can support this application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matheson.
Yes, unfortunately, it does look as if the committee is going to need to do its job, as it has quite a few times over the last couple of years, of asking the applicant to go away and come up with something improved. We've been pretty successful at that. We do get the improvements, thankfully, and I think it's perhaps unfortunate that Bellway have not perhaps been in front of the committee in recent times in Mid Suffolk to know that we were not happy with gas any longer, and that we've got to sustain, we've got a climate emergency declared, and so on and so on. So I think that we're going to be spending the next few minutes, and Councillor Mansell's got off to a very good start in explaining the various things that do need improving, and certainly with her the roundabout junction and the cycling is not good. And I would suggest that given the volume of traffic into Ipswich, that the Sustrans have got new criteria for designating, and I fear that this section between this development and into Ipswich on road will be de-designated for the volume of traffic, which would be very sad to see, but that's where it would go. And the real way forward in terms of heating is to minimise the need through orientation, and I'd refer the representatives of Bellway and agents to actually look at the National Planning Policy Framework 148, 150 and 153 in particular. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I was going to speak after Councillor Mansell, but I didn't. So if I can come in now, I would like to propose that we defer this application. I think for many reasons it doesn't meet the high standards that we expect in Mid Suffolk. I think the triple parking, it was raised with Bellway before today, but they thought they'd come along and see what we'd say. We made it clear through officers that we don't like triple parking on this scale. To me, it's not an acceptable layout. It's not acceptable in terms of amenity to the bungalow. I think for Bellway to say, well, it's only a problem it won't be a problem for until 3 years' time, is just not an acceptable approach. We need to think about what's best permanently, not what happens in 3 years' time. So I would ask that Bellway need to think about the amenity to the neighbour. And I think the points around the brick wall and the suds need further thought. So for me, I accept something's going to happen on this site, but I think this is a poorly conceived plan that hasn't been thought through in enough detail. And to me, I certainly wouldn't be supportive, and I would suggest we defer it and ask the applicant to go away and give it more thought and come back on another occasion.
Can I second that, Chair?
Yeah, of course you can, Councillor Matheson. Thank you. But obviously we have more speakers. Councillor Mayor, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'd echo everything you've said. I am particularly concerned about the Suds area. I do not see why you have to bring all of the drainage water across the open ground to put it into a storage pond that sits directly behind and uphill to existing properties. Though the cynic in me says, well, it does keep the open area open and who knows what can be developed there in the future. I'd also question this buffer area. I'm not sure putting a brick wall in would work. When I was a kid, you put a brick wall in, the only thing that gets bounced off it is a football. And so you're creating other problems. For me, I don't understand why we need the buffer area. I would just extend the gardens, or indeed, as I think it was Councillor Mansell suggested, provide pedestrian access to the eastern end of the site. So yes, I'll be happily supporting the recommendation to send this back for another look. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell, was that an old hand?
It's an old hand, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we don't allow the applicant or the agent to come back in. Bradley, would you like to comment before I go to Councillor Muller?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think there's various points that I've picked up from the debate, and I understand the reasoning behind them. I think it's worth pointing out, or just reminding members, that this reserve matters application does have within it, or sorry, is guided to a significant extent by the parameters plan. And I think in terms of the importance that is attached to that, there are elements of that I think it was an intention of the inspector that they should be set as part of the reserve matters proposal, and things such as the buffer zone and things like that were specifically identified within that plan to be provided. And in fairness to the applicant, I think that they've reflected that in their drawing. So the other thing I would like to say is with regard to the overall layout, in my view, or in planning view, it is a responsive layout in terms of the way that the site works. It uses the site in order to get the permitted number of dwellings on there in a location and a position that creates space, creates streets, does have permeability, and in our view, and does really suit that particular site. And it's not something that's been brought to you without those particular points being considered at some length. So we are quite happy with that. We did have a look at the issue with regard to the amenity impact, and I understand fully the point that's being made, but if you look at the position of the house in relation to the boundary, excuse me, and the way that new development generally butts up to existing dwellings, in truth, there wasn't really anything we felt that could compel the developer to do anything else in relation to if they wanted to position a house in there on that layout in order to protect the impact more than they have done. So I think that, again, that's fair to say. The SUDs, in truth, we've been guided by the lead local flood authority. That whole system has been agreed through significant discussion with them. The location of the SUDs is within the open space primarily, I would think, because A, it works in relation to site topography, and B, if you put a lot of SUDS areas within the area zoned for residential development, that obviously then impacts on the layout in terms of the numbers that have been approved on this particular site. And lastly, with regard to the roundabout, I think it's fair to again reiterate that approach that's been taken there, the developer's been guided in that approach by the Highway Authority. I don't think it's something that they necessarily suggested off their own heads. I think they've been guided specifically to come up with that design and that approach as it was felt to be most appropriate to serve that development in that location. Thank you, Chair.
What about the triple parking? Because you've had conversations with them about the triple parking.
Yes, and I'm reminded by Councillor Muller identified. I was the officer who brought the job at Badwell Ash to you. I know that it's not popular with committee, and the only thing I can say is that concern is not shared by the Highway Authority. In fact, they specifically identified in their consultation response that they're comfortable with that approach. So, if members aren't happy with that as a principle, then I'm thinking that there's limited influence we can have if the Highway Authority are advising us that arrangement in those particular locations works.
Thank you. Councillor Muller, then Councillor Passmore.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit, I do agree from what you said, Chair, previously, that I still think we need to defer this particular claim for further thought to be put into it. And I totally respect what Bradley has just said, but it's quite clear that members aren't happy with this current application. So I think deferment is the best option and refer back to committee at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Passmore.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. It's just, I know I'm not going to vote on this award member. Just to say, look, I think there are grounds there to get this put right. So it is about working together and so on. And I'm sure.
I'm sorry, Tim, I can't bring you in again. I'm sorry, I forgot you were the ward member. You've already spoken.
Oh, right.
That's
Okay.
your time is up.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Well, I've said it anyway.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back. I was just going to say, if we are going to be deferring this, which it looks like we're going to go to a vote on that shortly, are we in any position to ask Highways for more input about the roundabout decision and about the acceptability or unacceptability of triple parking if it does come back to committee?
Would it help if I stepped in there, Chair?
Please do.
So I was just going to say, I've tried to make notes of the points members have raised in terms of a possible deferral. So if I quickly run through those. So we're looking at the triple parking provision, the boundary treatment to the buffer area, the design of plot 1, and then to respond to Councillor Mansell's question, the roundabout including the cycle route, the false chimneys, the heating, pedestrian connectivity, and SUDS details. I hope that's covered everything, but please do tell me if that is too much or too little.
As proposed, that does cover all the points. I'm happy with that. Councillor Matheson, you happy with that? Councillor Matheson, I'll take that as yes. You're on mute. Okay, Councillor Field.
I'm muted as well. I'm sorry. Your chair's sound quality is very scratchy at the moment. I'm not hearing it very well.
I just said, are you happy with those points as seconder?
Yeah, I am actually, yes. Thank you, Chairman Walker.
Councillor Field.
Yeah, all I wanted to add really was to the Bradley's reasonable points that the highways and the triple parking. I think if we were talking about a handful of triple parking situations, well, that would be one thing. But I think 31 homes with triple parking is a huge number, yeah. And we know that chaos will ensue.
And I think that for me the biggest headache was there were 6 houses all next to each other, all with triple parking. If there was one dotted occasionally around, you would cope, but there were 6 all together on one side street. So, Councillor Field, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sort of partly in limbo on this one, missing bit, but I was just going to point out that Councillor Whitehead did mention the possibility of improvements to the bus gate at the moment. Part of the the way the road junction is orientated is dependent on the Old Norwich Road remaining closed, and that bus gate, I certainly as a county councillor get persistent complaints about vehicles transiting across it, including complaints from the people who damage their vehicles so doing. But if anything could be added to say that we should get highways or someone to commit to some improvements there, that would, I think, be of benefit. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, sorry, Chair, could I just advise or give further advice on that point? When the application went to committee and appeal, it was for the larger site, as I advised before, which was for 315, I think it was, units. At that time, the Section 106 was including improvements to the bus gate, but in providing a split decision on the application, the inspector specifically identified that because there was a lesser number of units, he didn't identify that as one of the elements that could be secured through the Section 106 agreement. So the Section 106 agreement, as listed in my report, those elements are secured on as a result of the development on this particular site. So I don't think we could actually reasonably seek, in my view, that we could get further improvements to the bus gate on the back of this through legal agreement or other means, because I think that's already been tested.
Yeah, thanks. But I was just going to say I would have concern about us doing that. And I think that clarifies the issues behind it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So we're going to go to a vote now. Gemma has run through all the reasons on why we think this should be deferred, and we would ask that the applicant go away and give that some thought and please bring it back to us. The sooner the better. We'd like to have the application before us again with some further thought going into it. So all those in favour of deferral will now have to go to the electronic vote, and I'll hand over to Robert Carmichael.
To put all that text in to the voter, I think hopefully that has just got to wait for it to update. No, that hasn't worked. Sorry, apologies, Chair. I will be one moment just sorting this out.
Sorry, here's what happens when we give you last minute things to put into the vote.
Perfectly all right, Chair. It's part of democracy, so it's what I'm here to do. But it's just the new system, obviously, so that in one sense it benefits that we can all see the vote as it happens.
Thank you.
Nearly there, Chair.
No problem. Okay.
Right, on the last one now, Chair. It's just got to... Right. Right, members, that should now appear light blue in the modern.gov voting app, ready for members to vote. I would note that obviously Councillor Passmore cannot vote on this one as the ward member.
And nor can Councillor Field, I'm afraid.
No. Right, I have all votes now apart from Councillor Matheson and Councillor. Oh no, that's
I have
everyone.
voted, Chair. It's just slow.
Yep, sorry, Councillor Matheson. That's now come through. So I'll now stop the vote. So that was unanimously for Chair by 6 votes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, members, are we happy to do one more before lunch, or do you want to have lunch, a 15-minute lunch? I'm in your hands.
I'd certainly like a comfort break, please.
Okay, can we do lunch in 20 minutes? Any objection? Okay, so can we start at 1 to 2? Literally 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matthew, yeah.
See you in 20 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to Mid Suffolk District Council Development Control Committee A. So we now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is DC 20-04296 Stonham Barnes, Stonham Aspal. I now invite the case officer, Bron Curtis, to introduce the application to committee. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon all. I'll just share the presentation. So the application is a full application at the Stonham Barnes Leisure and Tourism Complex, which is located in the countryside between the villages of Stonham Aspal and Petter. The proposal is for the siting of an additional 18 caravans at the fishing lakes part of the complex as an extension to the existing arrangement of caravans that are used for holiday accommodation at that part of the complex. If I run you through the slides, you can see the area for the 18 additional caravans on this aerial view, with the main part of the complex over towards the left of this slide. And that is the same thing on an ordnance base, so you can see a little bit more clearly where the villages and the surrounding properties are. This shows where the additional 18 caravans are proposed to be sited in relation to some of the existing development. This plan is not, doesn't show everything that's since been permitted. There's been 5 caravans permitted in more or less the centre of this slide where my cursor is, which I'll show you in a moment. And there have been caravans permitted which are on site in this area here. So this is the proposed layout with the additional caravans shown in blue in the right-hand corner there. And this slide is showing the additional 5 units that were granted permission by committee last August. If I flick backwards, you can just see the change in arrangement in that top corner. And then photographs showing the end of the complex as it exists at the moment. So we're looking towards Petter, across the agricultural land, which forms the edge of the complex in this direction. And then these photographs turn around. So this view is looking up towards the A1120 highway. You can see in the centre far background a white building, that's Wayside Cottage, which sits on the highway. And then these following pictures just turn round to the east and then south. So turning further east, turning further south, and then turning back round. So you can see the land from within the site looking back towards the existing complex. And you can see the sort of structure that we're considering here with the caravan units. You can see some of the landscape planting that's already taken place for some of the previous development. That's these little white strips, which are whipped plants. And then this is taken from slightly further back, just showing one of the drainage ditches on the southern boundary of the site and looking back in the background there towards the complex of existing caravans. Excuse me. And then I've got some landscape views from the highway. So this is taken hard on the highway, actually, looking south towards the complex. So you can see the top of the existing complex around the fishing lakes area on the right hand side, and then in the far background you can see the southern portion of the caravan complex, and then you can see the application site, so the additional caravans going in this area over here. That's another landscape shot just to give you the context and an appreciation of the views from the highway. Similar shot there. This is an image that I took from another application from the site, just so that you've got the contrast of the highway vegetation in a different season. So you can see there's gaps at this sort of time of year. but the vegetation comes into fuller leaf later. The application has had some objections. Excuse me, I'm just going to grab a drink. The application has had some objections from parish councils. Both Petter and Stonham Aspal have raised concerns, particularly about the creep of the development of the whole complex into the open landscape and into the countryside in general. Also some concerns about the capacity of the complex to support any additional development and the impact that that might have on the surrounding area. And there has also been concerns raised with this application and with previous applications about our control over the occupancy of the caravans and how they might be used. So you'll see in the recommendation, and if you cross-refer that to your late paper, a condition that we have imposed on other caravans on the site, and that is included in your recommendation here, that the caravans are only used as holiday accommodation, and that condition is also explicit that that excludes being used as somebody's sole or main residence, and there is a break clause of 1 month in January every year in which there is to be no occupation whatsoever. There's also some additional requirements in that condition to require the operator to keep a register of people occupying the units and to make that available to us on request. The council's planning enforcement officer is available to answer any questions that members might have about these concerns relating to the control of occupation and all the enforcement work. Members will no doubt be aware of the long history of enforcement investigation at the site. So if there are any questions, I would defer to Nigel to answer those. On the matter of the infrastructure provision, there has been recently been a query about the drainage relating to the site. So I'm just going to move on to the last slide, which I have from the Environment Agency. The red dots show the position of package treatment plants around the complex. Package treatment plants are a means of processing and disposing of foul waste, and they are an alternative to mains sewerage connection or septic tank, that sort of thing. So you may have heard the term Clargister. That's a brand of package treatment plant. It basically takes foul water, treats it to make it safe to then be discharged to a watercourse. And that's what these red dots are. So these are the various package treatment plants which are installed. There are ongoing communications between the applicant's agent, not their planning agent, their drainage agent. They have engaged binders, who you may be familiar with, who work locally on this sort of industry, to gain all the necessary permits from the Environment Agency. So that's ongoing for some of the newer development that's been permitted and the development that's being proposed, as well as the increased capacity on some of these existing installations. And I have information from the agent, the planning agent, that the treatment plants which are not yet permitted by the Environment Agency are being operated as septic tanks. So they are being emptied rather than discharging. It is the discharge that requires the permit rather than the installation and operation as a septic tank. That's covered separately. The Environment Agency have also commented specifically on a particular concern relating to the outfall of two of these package treatment plants on the highway edge, units 1 and 2 that you can see on the north side of this plan. They've replied to an inquiry to say that they've inspected that and they're satisfied with the operation of those 2 package treatment plants. So really this plan is just to indicate to members what exists and what steps the applicant has made to to manage the operation of the development in terms of its foul sewerage. When the complex was taken over, the majority of sewerage was operated with using homemade septic tanks made out of old oil drums, as I understand it. So those oil drums have been replaced with package treatment plants, and as I say, conversation is ongoing with the Environment Agency to ensure that those are being permitted correctly. Where they don't meet the discharge thresholds that require a permit, they operate under something called the General Binding Rules, which is very similar to the sort of permitted development rules for planning. It's sort of permitted development for drainage. So hopefully that gives members a little bit of comfort on a matter that had been raised previously and had been outstanding. I'm happy to answer any more any questions that there might be if you need any more on that. So just taking you back to the proposal, the additional 18 caravans at an existing complex which makes a significant contribution to the tourist economy within the district, has support from our economic development team, but as I say, does have significant concerns locally regarding the impact of the proposal visually and on the local communities. No consultation responses have raised any matters of concern that would lead us to recommend a refusal. And on the basis of the benefit that the complex brings to the authority area in terms of economic development and tourism attraction, the overall recommendation is that we grant planning permission subject to the conditions that are outlined in your papers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bron. I've got a bunch of questions, if I may start.
Can't hear you.
Can everyone else hear me?
That's better.
Yes.
We can now.
Okay. I've got quite a few questions, please. We haven't heard about the whole site as a whole. So what is the total number of caravans on the whole site?
We are in the region of 180.
Right. So there's already 180 there. And are there more that do not? There are 180 that are permitted, or that? What is that 180? What does that actually mean? Because I know.
Yeah, 180 is the total number of vans on the site at the last time there was a count. I'm saying that cautiously because I know that in the last few months there has been a complaint regarding the sighting of touring caravans, and the enforcement officer did investigate that. So not counting touring, static caravans and other permitted touring units or other types of caravans were counted as part of the EIA screening element of the application.
So there are 180 with permission, but there are others that have now appeared that you're waiting for information on. Is that what we're saying? Touring caravans that we're waiting for.
Nigel will be able to tell you whether the tourers are still there or whether they went. I understood they went actually. But
okay. Out of those 180, how many are occupied in January when they're supposed to be empty?
That is another question that's probably best put to Nigel, because every caravan has that we have granted permission for, well, not every caravan, but most planning permissions for the caravans include the condition outlined similarly as I explained earlier with the break clause. There are a handful that don't have that sort of condition on, that either became lawful through the passage of time and then an LDC, or that we granted a long time ago and we didn't impose any control over. But the vast majority include that condition. So without wanting to not directly answer your question, there should on the whole be no occupation in the month of January, but obviously in the current circumstances and given the government guidance on tolerance for enforcement and asking people to vacate premises, because obviously they're not allowed to move out with COVID regulations, I would expect there to be people in occupation. But Nigel,
okay, we'll bring Nigel in a sec. Could you just confirm what else is on the site? Because we haven't been told what else is happening on the site. So there's how many grandstands, how many fishing lakes, how many wedding venues, how many shops? What else is at the site already?
Okay, so there is a big mixture of tourist attractions, including things like the fishing lakes.
How many fishing lakes are there?
There's currently 2 fishing lakes that are built and operative.
Thank you.
There is an application in for another 2, I think, but it's currently 2. There is a crazy golf course. There is a foot golf type course, which is golf that you play with a football and with your feet.
And there's a shopping arcade.
There are a range of shopping units, a range of retail units, as well as a cafe and a sort of like an outreach service post office element to it.
Because I was a member, I'm sorry, I probably should have declared, I went on there was a planning application about 5 years ago, which I think was called a master plan, where we did a site visit. And there was a wedding venue as well, a wedding function room.
Yeah, that's right. There's also the showground with the function space. There's some office building. There's the teapot pottery that you may know used to operate in Debenham, used to be Carter's Ceramics.
And so do all these have planning permission? They've all been through the planning process, have they?
Yes. The 2015 permission to which you refer was a very large multi-purpose permission, hybrid permission, which dealt with regularising a lot of the unauthorised development and dealing with some additional proposed stuff. So at that point, we got to a position where we were satisfied that I'm not going to say everything was also authorised, because it was an ongoing discussion in some quarters, but on the whole, most of the development was regularised and authorised at that point. And then we've had applications come in since then for, on the whole, prospective development. There's been a couple of regularised things, such as a borehole extraction shed, things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open it up to others. Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. There's 3 quick questions. First of all, Bronwyn, is it possible to condition in a planning permission to make sure that the caravans aren't occupied until the Clargester binder systems are put in? That's the first one. And the second question is probably more appropriate for Nigel. On the occupancy rules of the mobile homes, what's the sanction if the rules are flouted? And also, how do we enforce any planting and landscaping scheme is adhered to, looked after? And so, again, what can the enforcement team do to make sure it does actually happen, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Passmore. So the first question about controlling occupation before the installation of appropriate drainage infrastructure, yes, that is possible. It's a matter of the wording of the condition to ensure that happens before occupation. Occupation of the caravans as holiday units and not in the break clause. As I said, Nigel will probably give you a far more detailed account of how the enforcement team are managing that, but the idea being that is a stated control on the use, so that it may not be used for any other purpose. We can inspect the register of occupants. We can also undertake site visits to actually see whether there are people living on the site, and we're working closely with the housing team and licensing on that basis, which I'm sure Nigel will give you more detail on in a moment. In terms of landscaping, you'll have seen from the photographs that some landscaping is already in. It's again a matter of inspection. It's usual that we require details to be agreed, and then the subsequent implementation of that in the following planting season, which runs from October through to March in any year. So it would require us to go and see plants in the ground, and then we usually follow that up with a period of either 5 or 10 years ongoing maintenance and replacement of anything that dies. So as part of our ongoing commitment to monitoring the site, that would be expected to be part of an inspection that the enforcement team would be asked to check on, if it wasn't something that somebody like myself was going to be checking on as part of a planning application such as this.
Can we bring in did you say Nigel?
Nigel, yeah. Nigel.
Hi, Nigel. Good
Hello.
afternoon. Would you just like to give us an update where we're at? I've just got a quick question for you. We're seeking planning permission for holiday lodges. And
Yes.
holiday lodges means they're not your main home. So I would have thought they should all be totally empty now, because under the government guidelines, you're not supposed to be in a holiday home. You're supposed to be in your main residence. So I would have thought every single one should be empty. And I'm confused as to why they're not.
At this particular point in time, because of the COVID restrictions, the government was pretty insistent that we shouldn't enforce against people that were staying in their holiday home for any given reason. What we don't want is people moving around the country during the lockdown. It's only essential travel that should be allowed, and so people that are stuck at Stonham Barns for whatever reason, there is a register being kept to find out how many people are there during January. That is going to be disclosed to us at a meeting in February to better understand the reasons why people are there.
About last year, or a year ago, because the same thing happened
Yeah.
a year ago. So what happened last year in January?
In January last year, we did an unannounced site monitoring visit and went around all of the different units and didn't find anybody in any of the units. That happened the previous year, and I think people were on site the previous year. So circumstances changed, the regulations were tightened up, and I personally couldn't find any breach of the planning condition last January.
Do we know how many people, because I understand the local primary school has people, do they have children at the primary school from the holiday homes?
I don't know that.
No. Okay, fine.
Okay. Matthew, I did actually ask you about the sanctions that are available.
Yes, please do.
And I would really like to know that, if I may, please, Nigel. Thank you.
Yeah. What I can say is that the site is monitored. The planning condition can be enforced. The occupancy condition can be enforced, and the quickest route to enforcement is by negotiation through the site owner. And people do regularly change their sort of residential circumstances, and I have seen people leave the site when we found out that they have been living there. And there's other people that I call it churn, in that they were there 1 year and they're no longer there the next year, and I don't know the reasons for that.
Thank you.
So
Okay.
it's mainly voluntary, and it's by working with the site owner.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. You yourself asked several of the questions I wanted to ask about the numbers and the size of the site, but something else has crossed my mind regarding the previous application where things were sort of regularised. I vaguely remember there being some talk about a pedestrian access into the centre of Stonham Aspal as part of that regularisation. Can I ask if that has happened yet?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mansell. Funnily enough, I followed that up with County just last week. They are doing their scoping exercise in terms of costing. Apparently there is some issue to do with the width of the highway, so they are having to redraft engineering plans, but that and the speed limit review is also work in hand with County.
Thank you.
I might be able to help. I think planning permission was given for the footway, but the ownership of the land that the footway is going on hadn't been resolved. It wasn't in highways ownership or something like that.
But it's obviously progressed a bit, and they're doing something about that now.
It's complicated, I think, is the issue. Yeah. Councillor Matheson, you were next.
Thank you. Yeah, moving on to another subject. Can the officers say a little bit about the surface water drainage? I recall some years ago being on a committee and there was an objector whose house was actually with several inches of water in it. There's a slide with the blue line on, where you can just see the kink in the blue line. It's a long way from this, but I think that the issue were the overall drainage of the site. Now, I believe that following that episode, which must have been 5 or 6 years ago or something, on another application here, work was done. That's the spot. Now, I think one of those two residential properties did flood, and I think work was done, but I think as considerably more development has taken place, I'm bound to ask again if this site overall is properly organised for land surface drainage.
Ron, can you help with that at all?
I can't escape. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just can't escape my screen. So I didn't know if I was muted. Yes, so that property, which I was just circling, labelled here as School Farmhouse, now known as Bramley Hedge. It is that property that is involved in the current concern that's gone to the County Council as the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency as discharge permitting authority. And there are a number of different issues that come into play. This part of the district has got a lot of agricultural land, so when we're in this sort of time of year, when we have saturated land and we have exceptionally high rainfall, as we had with the Christmas Eve flooding event, and as we often do at this sort of time of year, it's what's known as flashy, which means there is a lot of runoff in a short period of time. And if drainage ditches aren't maintained, often they silt up or they get debris blown in and then they don't operate to their full capacity. That can have an effect. The Environment Agency have confirmed to me that insofar as this site operators' responsibilities for their outflow and their section of the ditch, they've inspected that fairly recently and they're satisfied. So that's the A1120 ditch. On these plans, it's now not letting me scroll through. I did have a photo of a ditch along the southern boundary. So there is a ditch here, which takes some surface water runoff and also from other properties as well on that edge. So it is a known issue, and there are ongoing discussions with the County Council as lead local flood authority relating to surface water drainage. For this scale of development that often comes forward, it's usually something that's dealt with through building regulations and things like that. But it is a known issue, and we are addressing it where it's relevant to the proposal that comes forward in each case.
Yes, okay, thank you. I think the ongoing is the worrying part of that answer. That it needs to be solved. Thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Sorry, no, my questions have been
okay. No other questions at this point, so we'll move on. Thank you very much for that. We'll now move on to the public speakers. We don't have a representative from the parish. Oh, sorry. But Councillor Susie Morley, do you want to read out? Well, you do have a statement from the parish council. So what I'll do is I'll ask you to read that out prior to your speech, if that's okay. And I'll go straight to an objector, Peter Emberson, who'd like to speak, and you have 3 minutes. If you could turn your camera on. Ron, can you take down the pictures, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying.
There we go. Welcome. Mr. Emerson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to address the case officer's report, as in areas it's somewhat misleading. Point 4.3 states that UK power networks have confirmed there is sufficient capacity within their network to serve the development. This indeed is true. However, it does not confirm the network at Stonham Barns has the capacity to serve its own site, which we don't believe it does. And yes, most modern caravans are constructed with electric heaters and hobs. However, my investigations suggest the caravans at Stonham Barns are not of this design. 9.2 states this proposal will help the complex to support an argument for sustainability. However, as stated by the Chief Planning Officer in a previous application, the site is otherwise unsustainable. Therefore, on this premise, will the complex be allowed to grow immeasurably to eventually make itself sustainable? I'll move on to current issues. Due to the unwillingness or inability of Stonham Barns to manage the site in accordance with their planning conditions, planning enforcement have evidenced many occupiers over the last 2 years using the caravans as their sole or main residence, which we know is unlawful. This issue has not been addressed by the applicant, so it can be assumed, therefore, that this situation will continue, putting further pressure on enforcement to police the site. Therefore, if planning are minded to grant permission, reducing the occupation terms must be considered. For example, 8-month occupation, 1st of March to 31st of October. This would discourage the use of sole or main residence usage and reduce planning enforcement's workload. Adding another 18 caravans is an additional 10% stock to the site to make a total of 200 units. That's just the static caravans. This must be considered overdevelopment in the countryside, particularly in its location between 2 small villages. At present, the current utilities cannot cope with the number of existing caravans on the site as the site owner has not invested in upgrades. As you will know, utility infrastructure on a caravan site is the responsibility of the site owner. Any further development will simply worsen this situation unless significant investment is made. Currently, the site has a capacity to be occupied by over 500 people for 11 months of the year. If this site was viewed as a housing development, the site would need significant upgrading to attain minimum standards. The development would also need to become carbon neutral to comply with Mid-Suffolk's climate emergency policy. So is it fair for the basic standards and policies to be ignored because the site is governed by a caravan licence? And very importantly, Suffolk Fire and Rescue have raised concerns with respect of emergency water supplies to the proposed area should there be a fire. Should the worst happen, granting permission when the nearest fire hydrant is nearly 1 mile from the caravan site is irresponsible and potentially life-threatening. In summary, this application must be considered as overdevelopment, whilst the site cannot sustain the numbers of caravans and occupiers without significant upgrading of the infrastructure. I therefore recommend that you refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at all at this stage? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll now move on to. Actually, we don't have the agent, and we don't have an applicant. The applicant or the agent, or an agent for the applicant aren't here, and they don't wish to speak. So we'll go straight to the ward member, Councillor Susie Morley, who's going to read out the parish statement first, and then speak as the ward member. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with the parish council statement, which they authorised me to read out at the meeting last night. The NPPF states that tourist development in rural locations must respect the character of the countryside and that pollution and other adverse effects on the local environment are minimised. The Mid-Suffolk District Council current and emerging local plans support the NPPF and states any proposal must be appropriate in scale, character and nature of their locality and contribute to climate change mitigation. This application, if successful, would grant permission for a total of 200 static caravans with 11-month occupation of the units. To put the size of this site into context, Petter, which is adjacent to the east, has 85 households, and Stonham Aspal, directly to the west, 145 households. Stonham Barns is not a caravan site in any normal sense of the term and visually impacts the surrounding area. Therefore, this proposal does not conform to the NPPF nor Mid-Suffolk local plans. 200 static caravans in the countryside is not appropriate in scale or nature to their locality. In terms of management of the site, is the committee aware the volume of scrutiny focused on Stonham Barns by planning enforcement? This is because the site owners are either unwilling or unable to manage the site in accordance with the current planning conditions, which include that the caravans cannot be used as a primary or main residence. They are for holiday purposes only. In addition, the Planning Department, the Environment Agency and Suffolk County Council are all currently investigating the volume of used water being discharged from the site into the local watercourses. A serious complaint has been made by a householder in a property adjacent to the site, as they are in continual fear of flooding from the site discharge. This is an ongoing issue, and the elderly householders have now decided they cannot continue to live with the constant threat of flooding hanging over them. Because Stonham Barns is granted permission and licensed under the Caravan Development Act, the responsibility for utilities on the site falls to the site owner. The clean water supply has been regularly disrupted due to demand from the current occupiers, so the supply is now supplemented by water from a borehole. Because the site is not connected to main sewage, foul wastewater has to be treated by many cesspits and waste treatment plants, and this then discharged into the surrounding ditches. And because the electricity infrastructure on the site cannot cope with the demand on the site, all cooking and heating has to use bottled gas. If this development were viewed as a housing development, the site would need significant upgrading to attain minimum standards: mains water, main sewage, electricity supplies, surface water drainage. The development would also need to become carbon neutral to comply with Mid-Suffolk's climate emergency policy. Is it fair for basic standards to be ignored because the site has a caravan licence? These facts highlight the site is unsustainable. It is not fit for purpose in its current state and crucially contravenes Mid-Suffolk's climate emergency policies and the current and emerging local plans. Therefore, Stonham Aspal Parish Council urge you to refuse this application. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you in your own capacity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just move some of my windows. This is the latest application to provide 18 additional holiday lodges on a remote corner of a Grade 3 agricultural field. This proposal is contrary to the emerging joint local plan and the MPPF because of the visual blight on the countryside. The application site is outside the settlement boundary of Stonham Aspal. In planning policy terms, it is countryside, and development in the countryside is restricted. The planning permission, reference 3150/15, which was issued on the 12th of October 2018 and referred to as the Master Planning Permission, was hailed as a new chapter in the site's planning history and addressing all the matters considered outstanding at that time, covering both new development and the regularisation of all unauthorised development on the site. The various elements covered by the Master Planning Permission were carefully assessed and the conditions attached to it were imposed to minimise and mitigate the development's impact on the surrounding area. The location and number of the holiday lodges were a very important part of the planning balance. The number and location of the lodges were set by the master plan for the whole site to ensure there is no harmful overdevelopment of the site, and so that development does not have unacceptable impacts, for example, on the landscape and the living conditions of those occupying the lodges. That number of lodges was set at 165, see clause 15 of the section 106 agreement. If this application is approved, it will bring the total number of lodges on this site to 200. And as the PC have just pointed out, the total number of properties within the whole village of Stonham Aspal is only 145 properties. These lodges make no contribution to the financial well-being of my parishes, as neither CIL nor council tax are payable on holiday accommodation. And yet the people already occupying existing lodges are registered with the local schools and GP surgeries, placing considerable strain upon the local facilities rather than contributing to the sustainability of Stonham Aspal. Notwithstanding the government's advice to allow occupants to stay during the normal closed month of January, a parish councillor last night observed that 40 lodges were occupied. If these were holiday homes, then why are the occupants not wishing to be close to their main residential address with access to their own GPs? The proposed 18 additional holiday lodges would lead to the intensification of the use and would enable unacceptable overdevelopment on an already unsuitable site in the countryside outside of the settlement boundary. Whilst the scale of the proposed development at first glance appears modest, when considered in the context of the Stonham Barns site and with the cumulative impacts, it would be a fully unsustainable development. Previous comments regarding salami slicing tactics must be recognised for what they are. 5 lodges here, 18 lodges there. That's cumulative creep. With regards to the footpath, previously identified, the width of the verge is not sufficient for the required footpath, and neither is it within Suffolk County Council ownership. Discussions are ongoing. The proposed development fails all three dimensions of the MPPF sustainability test. The economic dimension, the jobs at Stonham Barns have been used over and over again by the applicant without evidence. Economic benefit from 18 additional units is minimal. The social dimension is again completely lacking, and the environmental dimension is negative, as the proposal will lead to further loss of greenfield land and adverse impact on the environment, both natural and built. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Do we have questions for the warden? We have some hands that have gone up. Sorry, I can't quite see. Councillor Matheson and Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yes. Can I expect Councillor Morley would readily support the parish's view that all the cooking and heating is by gas? I wonder whether the officer can confirm that, or whether there's any evidence either way, because I certainly wanted to dwell on the issue of electricity supply when we get into the debate, and that's quite concerning that we're already pressing on the limits of the electricity side. Any more help with that?
My understanding is that it's Calagas.
Can you help us with that, Ron?
Can I come in on that one, if I may?
Yeah, of course.
Can I just it's just to remind members that what we're dealing with is the use of the land. So ultimately, the design of the caravan, and whether that caravan is all electric with solar panels on top, whether it's gas, whether it's something else, is not really in our remit. What we're dealing with is the use of the land.
Sustainability.
Chairman, if I might add, Chairman, I think what John is saying, he's quite right. This is an application for use, not for operational developments. That is correct, isn't it?
Well, applications for use of the land, for stationing.
It's a full application. So presumably we're entitled to look at all the three dimensions of sustainability, one way or another.
If I may come back, the other issue you have to consider is that 1 year there might be a static caravan of one design, and then the owners of the land decide we'll park a different type of static caravan on that site or that position the following year, and they can keep changing them as many as they like. As soon as one becomes out of date and disrepair, they may come on with a different type. And ultimately, this is the point here. It is not operational land. It is the use of the land we are dealing with.
Yeah, well, we have to take that. That's actually an interesting point. Of course, they could just change them every year. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise a point that was brought up by Councillor Morley with the enforcement officer that we've got present, because both she and the parish council comment and the objector made the comment that there were people at the local school and surgeries, registered at the local school and surgeries, listing this as their residence. And I'd just like to know what the enforcement officer has got to say about whether that is the case and whether it is enforceable, that clearly these people are using it as their main residence, if that is the case.
Bring in Councillor Morley, then we'll bring in Nigel Doyle.
Yes, I have, not recently, certainly, but in the past have spoken to individual residents on the site, and they have told me that it is their main and only residence. Whether they are still there now, I don't know, because I haven't been there for almost a year.
Thank you. Nigel Doyle, would you like to just come in on that?
Yes, when we get suspicions that people are living on the site in breach of the planning condition, what we do is we issue what we call a planning contravention notice, which you're probably familiar with, but it's a legal letter asking certain questions, such as where is your main residence? How do you use the property at Stonham Barns? Can you provide evidence to show where you live as your main residence, and things like that? And yes, sometimes they come back and it is pretty clear that their main residence is at Stonham Barns, and then we work with the individual to find them somewhere else, and they do tend to move off the site. From a planning perspective, if we had to go down the route of an enforcement notice, we would obviously take into account the circumstances of the individuals, and it might be that we give people quite a long time to find an alternative place to stay. However, when you work with the site owner, they work at a much quicker scale and can resolve the planning breaches much quicker. In terms of overall numbers of people that may be in breach at any one time, there is a lot of churn, as I say, on the units. And when I compare the site register from one year to another, I find that in terms of the units, there was 31 changes from this year to previous years, and those changes could be new occupiers of the units, new people in new units becoming vacant, the main residence of the people that's stated on the site register changing. So there's quite a lot of detail that you have to go into to actually identify a breach, but we do it diligently, and we do find that people are in breach, but we also find that their circumstances change pretty rapidly.
So can I just confirm, Nigel, because obviously there's lots of talk about whether the doctor's surgeries are used, whether the school is used, and they're applying for 18 holiday lodges. So are people in the holiday lodges using the local doctor's surgeries and the schools? I mean, is that actually happening?
I do not know. I haven't got a planning.
Is that not relevant to today?
Can I, if I might just come in, Sharon? I think when Nigel will correct me if I'm wrong. I'll say good afternoon and hello to Nigel, because we've, in these strange times, we've not managed to meet each other in the office yet. But in previous jobs, I was a local government prosecuting solicitor. I've used a school register in evidence in a benefit fraud case, but there are specific powers under the social security legislation to allow. I'm not sure that Nigel would be able to go to the local school and say, I want to see your register. He'll know better than me, but I think that's something we might need to bear in mind.
Yeah. Okay. No, and I guess, Ian, could you just clarify how much link should we link between what is being discussed in terms of enforcement and what is before us in the application? What is that relationship?
Well, I think you do have to be mindful. You have an application for the use of the land for some more holiday units, and that is what is before you. You can obviously be mindful of what is on the site already and its cumulative effect. But I mean, broadly speaking, enforcement of
what's gone.
What's gone is generally a separate issue. I think also I will just say, and again, Nigel won't need to tell him this, but it's perfectly proper that we ask him questions about what's already on site, but there may be limits to what he can say without breaking people's personal confidentiality and data. I mean, he doesn't need me to tell him that, but it's just I'm sure members won't press him to go into more than general.
It's just there's so much rumour around the site. It's hard to distinguish between what is and isn't happening. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Did you want to come up back before I go back to Councillor Field?
Well, I was just wondering whether you would permit me to ask a couple of questions, Chair, not of myself, but of other people.
Yeah, of course.
I wonder if the planning officer could just show on the plan where the boreholes are and what is the proposed mechanism for getting those to those 18 lodges, because I'm understanding that the boreholes are right in the centre of the site and those 18 lodges are right out on the far right of the plan as you look at it, and I'm just wondering how it's envisaged that the water will get to those, because otherwise they don't have any access to water. And my other question is around the Suffolk Fire and Rescue Service, where the nearest fire hydrant is 1.5k from the proposed siting of those 18 caravans. And given that they say that water will be needed for any fire incident, which of the two fishing lakes on the plan you envisage the firemen having their hoses in order to get to those caravans? Thank you.
Oh. Thank you, Councillor Morley. Sorry, my computer is not letting me do two things at once. I've shown the sewage treatment plant layout plan, which I think is hopefully the most useful to show where the boreholes are. So there is an abstraction point in the area of the fishing lakes. And there is another one. Hang on, where are we? Come in here. There's another one on this side of the site as well.
But neither of those are anywhere near the proposed 18, which is off the right of that picture.
Yeah, the proposed 18 is just off the right hand side. The nearest abstraction is in this area here.
So are we satisfied that the fire hoses will reach from there to those 18 caravans?
I would have to go back to give you the verbatim response that we had from Suffolk Fire and Rescue previously, but my understanding is that where there are no hydrants in place, open bodies of water, as there are in this complex, are satisfactory. John might be able to help me out with this. There is a distance limit for open bodies of water for firefighting. I will need to go away and find that out to give you a definitive, unless John knows.
I know the fire engine one, which is 45 metres, but I don't know the open body of water one. If I'm fairly honest, I would have to look that up myself. So we could come back to you with that if that would be helpful in a moment. We just find that if we can.
Okay. Okay, we'll go on to John Field, Councillor Field.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions really to make sure I'm getting this right. The officer was talking about sort of 31 changes last year in the people who are accommodated. There's 182 lodges, so that would imply that an awful lot of the residents are there pretty permanently. It's sort of Stonham Newtown, isn't it, rather than anything else. Going on to the matter of monitoring, and bearing in mind there's no council tax or anything paid on these houses, you mentioned you diligently monitor the residents and try and ensure that they're complying with this rule of that this is a holiday accommodation, basically. I wonder what level of resource we're actually deploying at the moment on that activity, because it might give us some feel for how big or how exaggerated this issue is. Thank you.
Should I answer that, Chair?
Yes, please.
Sorry, in terms of the 31 changes, I'm actually referring to the site register. The previous permissions that have been granted also require the owner to maintain a site register, and when we ask for it, they're obliged to give it to us. And we've asked for it for six times since 2018, which is a lot of requests actually. So we've got very good information about what's actually happening on the site. That site register tells us the name of the unit, which is usually a number, the name of the person that is owning the unit or occupying the unit, and their primary residence as well. So that's the sort of information that we get. So when I talk about the 31 changes, I'm just indicating that there's quite a sort of fluid situation with individuals moving in and out of the site or between units, or their main home address changing. But we only know that because we asked for the site register.
That's reasonable, but it just sounds as though if it's holiday accommodation, you might expect the whole 182 to be changing once a month or something, once every couple of months, which will be a much bigger volume than you're indicating.
Talk about a large proportion of the units are actually owner occupied. So they're owned by individuals, and then they have a license to be on the land. A number of the units are rental units, so they're owned by sort of Stonham Barnes, the company, and they're rented out. And so that their occupancy would change rapidly, yes. But but it's the owner occupied ones that we focus on in terms of finding out their primary residence.
Thank you.
Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Matthew. I don't know whether Susie would have the answer to this, or perhaps one of the planning team. Have we any idea what the sort of occupancy rates of the existing lodges are? Because that's a key economic driver for any successful tourism business. So I'm really wondering, well, how necessary is this? And it may not be a material consideration, but would help shape the debate.
May I answer that, Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. We don't have a lot of specific detail on this, but we do have some information that suggests that a branded national holiday company have some interest in taking over some of the units if permissions are granted without any restriction other than the 1 month break clause. That's probably as much as I can say without.
Right. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Bronwyn. Thank you.
Can I just ask, the bit of my question that didn't get answered was the bit that sort of says, does this use a couple of hours of enforcement time a month, or is it a full-time officer all year to take 2 limits?
Yep.
It's if I answer that one, because I focus on Stonham Barns as one of my roles. It's probably 3 or 4 hours a week.
Thank you.
And has it been higher than that in the past, or lower over the last since the master plan was issued?
I don't have the answer to that. I'm a recent employee.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I don't have any other hands up. Do we just have any the question that was asked earlier? Do we have anything more to add?
If I may, I can't find anything specific, but under obviously building regulations and the fire regulations, the standard requirement for a fire engine is 45 meters, and that's taking an average of hose length and allowing a little bit of flexibility. So ultimately, when we look at how a fire truck can get to a site, distribute the hoses and get to all elements of a dwelling, it's a 45 meter distance. Yeah, I don't think it would be a wrong assumption to make that if you take the hose length from an open water source to the site and the caravan, in this instance, to get around that caravan, that 45 meters, given hose lengths available for fire apparatus, it's going to be similar to that, and that expectation probably needs to be similar in that vein. I don't think we can give you a specific answer if there's a different regulation out there, but we've not been able to find it in the short time we've had to look. So there might be, but otherwise it's not an unreasonable assumption it should be something similar to 45.
But the distance from the lodges to the fishing lake is greater than 45 metres.
I would ask Bromley to confirm that or not, but that would be a point that we may need to look into further if necessary.
Okay. Can you confirm either way, Bron?
Sorry, I'm just trying to look through the guidance on water for firefighting, which speaks about the use of open body water, but doesn't actually specify a distance from that open body. So what I'm now trying to do is find the specific comment that we had from Suffolk Fire and Rescue, because I'm not sure if they specified a distance or if they just said that they were satisfied that there was provision on site that was accessible. But if you have a look at the layout plan.
Do they not also recommend sprinkler systems? Was that what I read when I went through? But obviously this is advisory guidance, not a matter of objection from the fire and rescue service.
They also usually say that you have to comply with building regs and things like that.
It's on page 403 of the plan.
Yeah, it is 403, 404. Okay, right, members. Well, that's all the questions we've got. So it's now really over to us to discuss, debate, and to come to a conclusion on this one. I don't know who wants to go. I mean, I can easily go first, but I don't want to lead the committee, really. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, I don't mind throwing my hat in the ring. Don't know if I need to declare an interest about this. For those of you that don't know, I organise about 25 volunteers in the Mendlesham area as a COVID response squad. And we regularly get calls to deliver prescriptions to the existing lodges. And the addresses are clearly marked on the prescriptions, so they are registered with our GPs. And I've delivered a few myself, and I've asked the people, where do you live? And they say, here. So they didn't look like they were on holiday to me. Anyway, that's another side. I think what we also need to do, while we're sort of I'll digress a bit and then I'll come back to the substantial planning issues. If you actually look on their website, these are predominantly being sold for between 40 and 70,000 quid a pop. And the website's really helpful. It tells you that if you were to purchase one of these luxury cabins, that they would be available for you, quote, all year round. So that seems to be at slight odds with the planning permission for them. They also say there that glorious beaches are just a stone's throw away. So there's a slight manufacturing of geography there as well. Getting back to planning policy issues, it's very helpful to see how many package plants are now on a map. We couldn't get the answer to that last time. Although the guidance says that you shouldn't put any more than 9 properties into one package plant, there's still a way to go here. And I would actually like to see how those package plants discharge into the watercourses, because we're getting quite a network of these now. Also, happy to hear again that a branded holiday company is looking to invest here. We were told that last time we approved the last lot, and we haven't seen them branded yet. Frankly, I will not be voting in favour of this. I think the intrusion into what is completely open countryside is basically not justified for the limited amount of economic benefit that we will get. And that's basically simple. What we will probably get is a bit of business rates, some minor possible injection into the local economy, but most of the spend, I would imagine, will happen on site because of all the facilities that are there. So frankly, I think the intrusion into open countryside for this particular development is unwarranted for the amount of economic benefit we'll gain. So I will not be voting in favour of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll Councillor Mayor, if you want to go next, and I'd like to come in before just with some thoughts on, because after you. You go first.
Thanks. For me, the question is this site overdeveloped? Major planning review in 2015, everything was regularised, fantastic. Then further developments in 2020. Parish Council think it's overdeveloped. The ward member think it's overdeveloped. And yet the agent isn't here. There's no applicant. They haven't put their case. So I think what we've got here is classic planning creep. We've now got to the point where enforcement officers are regularly involved on site. What does that suggest to me? It does suggest that this site is becoming too big, uncontrollable, not properly managed. So I tend to fall on the side of the parish council and the ward member. This site is overdeveloped, and I think we should reject this application on that basis. And I will be voting against. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just give some thoughts? So this site clearly there isn't good design in what's being proposed, and it's not going to create a better place for people to live. It's not going to create any benefit for the whole community, and it's certainly not going to benefit the character of the area or the open landscape and the quality of the area, or to the residents of the nearby villages. The site we've seen the pictures, it's really visible from the highway, you can see it, and the public actually attends Stonham Barns and they can see it. So I think that has significant impact on the environment as well. The visibility of the lodges are all very uniform, they're all very same, and actually they're equally spaced out. It's a linear sort of design. And that goes into open countryside, and to me that's a classic clash of two designs trying to come together, which I don't think is good design. The lodges, I think, look stark, they look man-made, and they are not a positive addition to the open and rural countryside and the character of the countryside in that part of Suffolk and our part of Suffolk. I guess it's majority of the part of mid-Suffolk. So I also have concerns that where is the plan? It's exactly as Councillor Mayer said, it's creep. So, you know, we had 5 before. We did a master plan, which took officers years to get together, coming together to find a master plan for Stonham Barns, which was the parish council got involved, everyone got involved. And I remember going on that minibus, having a tour. This is the master plan. The master plan's been done, and now we're getting creep again. We're getting the odd one, the odd one, the odd one. I would really like officers to actually go away and work with the applicant so there is a long-term plan and real clarity about what is coming and what the future holds, and that is it, rather than this creep of having another 5, another 18, another fishing lake, and it just goes on, and I don't think that is a realistic way in which to be fair to the residents of the neighbouring communities. So I am minded to refuse, but I also kind of think should we take a minded to refuse, then ask officers to go away to review the landscape position, to review what the long-term plans are, to look at the landscape character and appearance regarding to our policies. There are a few policies in which that I believe it clashes with. My worry is if we just refuse it, if we actually go minded to refuse, are we then giving us actually an opportunity to make some progress rather than just sort of shutting down the gates and we just sit and wait for another one to come in? Should we actually have we got better opportunity than just refusing it? Anyway, I'll keep going to others. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with much of what my fellow councillors have been saying. Although you yourself, Councillor Hicks, were going on about design, but this really is an application for change of use of land, and the design of a mobile home looks like a mobile home, and I'm not sure quite what a change of use application can do about what a mobile home looks like. However, I don't think I can support this on the grounds that it is an intrusion into the countryside, and I can't really see what the benefits are. There are clearly some disbenefits in that despite all of the so-called regularisation of this site, there are clearly strains on the local infrastructure, and we get nothing in return to help alleviate those strains on the local infrastructure, because this is only a temporary accommodation holiday park. You know, also we've just heard about our own officer time that is spent dealing with this site. That is a cost, and the economic benefit of having 18 more holiday homes on this site does not outweigh those disbenefits in my mind. We've got lots of things that we don't like about it, and very little positive outcome from this application. So I don't think I can support it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. I totally sort of agree with all the comments that fellow members have made, and in my opinion, I do agree with them. And I also think the idea you've put forward, Councillor Hicks, is also quite a valid situation for this. However, as it stands, I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thanks. John, does Bron or John, does someone just want to comment on, is there any benefit to being minded to refuse with asking for a sort of master plan to be put together for the reasons I gave, or is that just a red herring? Is there any added benefit to that over just refusing it? Because I can see we're all talking about the same thing.
Okay, if I may come in there, Chair, and possibly assist. Obviously, I'm listening to everything that everybody has said, but there is advantages to a minded well, you can defer, or a minded to refuse, and then and ask us to defer and come back. I think there are some outstanding issues in respect of landscape harm that we would perhaps request that we are given the opportunity as officers to go away and consider, and take further advice on, and I think that would be useful. I don't think we've actually got that to hand in respect of we often use place services and others to specifically report on the landscape impact of this use. Now, we might not have the design of the lodges, but the use has to integrate with the landscape and the countryside and the character of the area. And if we are saying this is potentially intrusive to the landscape character and appearance, then we do have policies that we can look at, but we would want to have the support of a independent landscape advisory consultant that would support us if we had to then carry that through to appeal. So it might be prudent for us to go away as a deferral in order to find that information. But I will lead you to your policies, GP1 and RT17 of your local plan. But equally, and possibly just as importantly, you do pick up on the various paragraphs of good design that do apply to character and landscaping within the MPPF. We may not know what type of caravan this is, but we certainly need to work out if it's going to integrate within the area. I would very roughly just mention that I was curiously looking at the sort of advisory guidance on the environmental impact assessment, and we are just below that threshold. And it might be another reason there that we say, look, we really do need to be very careful here in respect of the landscape harm of the development, and we may be needing to look at the advice on that as well. Does that help?
Yes. So
in terms of the master plan, sorry, I didn't really answer that question. Apologies. So in terms of the master plan, well, we keep calling it a master plan, but essentially it was an application to regulise the development that it was dealt with. But what you've got to deal with here is this application on, and I apologise for the frustration this statement may cause, but you have to deal with this application on its merits and the planning harm of this application. And that is why, deferring for us to put together and check on the landscape harm to ensure that we've got a very robust position to be in would be where minded to refuse and allowing us to defer would be an advantage for the council in its consideration.
But can I just ask, if there was a long-term plan for Stonham Barns, wouldn't that therefore allow us to consider what safeguarding there needs to be for the landscape character and the quality of the area and its relationship with the neighbouring villages?
We can try to encourage that, and I would heartily recommend it to the landowner or applicant, but we can't force or impose it, and we can certainly have that discussion, but we have to deal with this application as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, I won't propose yet. I'll leave others to, but yeah. Okay, who's next up is, now I've still got Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Matheson, then Councillor Passmore, and Councillor Field, in that order.
Sorry, legacy hand.
No problem. Councillor Matheson.
Right, thank you. Well, I must say I find the narrow definition that we were offered, that we were just talking about the use of the land. I must say I find that frustratingly narrow. The reality is that the intention is to put mobile homes on this land and to occupy them for 11 months of the year, etc., with all the concomitant utility requirements, etc., that we've been discussing. So I do find that difficult, and I think interestingly the chair actually strayed into the realms of this, a place to live. And of course, that's exactly what we're supposed to be not discussing, a place to live. It's supposed to be a holiday home. And I just was going through the MPPF just to see what there was, and there was very little to be said so far. But I've reached paragraph 151. And this says that we should be helping to increase through our decisions, even this one, help increase the use of and supply of renewable and low carbon energy and heat. And then there's some sub-paragraphs of that about strategy for energy from these sources and so on, which you can imagine. You don't need to read them all really. and there is nothing like that one can see in sight, other than the statement from the parish council that all the cooking and heating has to be gas because of the strains on the electricity supply already. And so unless that electricity supply is magically coming from renewable sources on site, and I haven't heard any mention of that either, we're not going in that direction with the site, and then we're not going in that direction by actually having another 18 lodges on there. So I agree with many things that other members have said, and I think there are limited difficulties, there are limited reasons that we can cite for refusing or deferring, but they are there, and the common sense is something perhaps we should deploy.
I'm very happy to put a proposal forward unless someone else wants to go with a proposal, because I think we've all said the same thing over and over.
Get on with it.
Yeah. Tim, are you happy, John? Do you want to come in first?
I'd be happy to propose.
Yeah. So can I propose that we put forward a minded to refuse and defer for officers actually to get advice, and that based on what John just said, I think that we need the Chief Planning Officer actually to review and look at the risk in terms of the reasons for refusal around the impact of the development on the landscape, the character and appearance of the proposal. And John mentioned, I wrote down here, you mentioned GP1 and RT17 of the local plan, but also the design and layout and the possibly what opportunities there are actually to improve the character and quality of the area. John, do you want to come in? I mean, am I going down the wrong avenue? Or
I would never. Well, I can't comment on that.
No, but the thing is, what we don't want to do is to go down a route which is clearly at an appeal would put us in a difficult position. So, how do we sit? Where would you take us?
Can I? Well, I have got some words here that I've been jotting around, and it might be of help if I try to kind of express it this way. So ultimately, you're suggesting to me that the committee are minded to refuse the application on the grounds that the development would fail to represent good design and not create a better place in which to live and work for the whole community of the area, and would not improve the character and quality of the area. And I think we're putting this to context. The site is clearly visible from public advantage points, and moreover, obviously, this is a public site. They are regularly able to visit Stonham Barns and experience the locality. So what we've got here is we've mentioned the lodges are in design likely to be quite formal, even if there are different types. The layout is linear, and it extends into the open countryside. And I think in terms of its man-made addition, whatever the form that might take in the actual type of caravans, its addition to the open and rural countryside does represent potential harm to the character and appearance of the landscape. So you're suggesting, therefore, it might be contrary to policies GP1 and RT17, as well as I suggest paragraphs 124, 127 and 160 of the NPPF. And you're going to ask us, on the basis of being minded to refuse, to review and risk assess these reasons for refusal, and concurrently I suggest seek independent landscape and design advice on the issue of visual impact and harm on the landscape character. And I would perhaps add this in, which is the extent to which the design and layout takes the opportunities available for improving the character and quality of the area and the way it functions. And that's with reference to 127 and 130 of the NPPF.
Okay, I'm very happy to propose on that grounds. John, did you want to come in? John Field, sorry.
There's more than one John is the problem.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm quite happy to second that for you. No, I think you've covered most of the things I had written down here. The landscape harm. I also thought the development's getting to the size that it begins to dominate the local communities, as we've heard. So we should be extremely careful of that. I'm inclined to see the holiday use as largely make believe at the moment, or at least a fair percentage. It will be for the applicant to prove that that's not so. At the moment, we seem to just run around in circles. I'm in favour of if you like, a new master plan, but we would have to have an understanding, a clear understanding that is a master plan. It's not a master plan for this week, and until we push it another number of lodges further. So I'm sure that will be covered in what's said. So on that basis, I'll cover second.
I'm thinking of moving us on, because I think unless we've got a new point, I think we've got a proposer and a seconder.
Yeah,
hang
on
a minute. I've got a point.
Yeah, Tim, you're next. Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, just be very careful. I used to be involved in economic developments many years ago. Don't forget, holiday lodges do not necessarily equate to mobile homes. So what we really do need to do is make sure when we come up with this, we want high quality tourism jobs and high quality places. So I would have voted against this as it should. So I should certainly support you there. But I would just add that for the officers when they look at this. We do need these high quality jobs. But holiday lodges don't have to be mobile homes, and there are many designs, very high quality, which would attract high wealth customers. And of course, this application, I know we're talking about land use, very important to bear that in mind. Otherwise, be careful for what you wish for. And I think we're all on the same page there. But that is a very important point to look at. Don't forget, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matheson, did you?
Yeah,
there
seems to be a confusion about whether we can or cannot control what they put on there, so long as it roughly fits within the definition of caravans or something. So I think that's, Mr. Payment did actually use the words place to live and work, which again I'd say is contrary to this sort of narrow use of land definition. But the other point,
it was live and work for the whole community. That could be the neighbouring villages.
Yeah, I think need to be careful, or that one could get shot down. But the only other point was whether we wanted to point the officers and the applicant to the issue of energy supply.
John Payment, is that something we can tie into this or not?
I'm slightly resisting that on the basis of the consistency of previous decisions immediately adjacent to this site, and also I recognise, obviously, Councillor Matheson did point out paragraph 151, although unfortunately that refers to plans, not decision making. And we can certainly, we're going to go away and we can ask the question, but I'm not sure where to take that much further. I'd have to have further advice on that, but it'd be the first time we've done something like that for caravans, to my knowledge.
Caravans.
Okay. And when I say caravans, I say caravans in the definition of the Caravan Act, and of course, even a lodge which can be transported in two parts is a defined caravan. So when I do say caravans, I'm not always talking about the very cute little white van that we can pull behind our cars. I am talking about the definition of caravan as the Act states.
Quite so.
Okay, so I think it's been proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Field as per the recommendations for minded to refuse and deferral for advice, as per the reasons read out by John Pateman G. I don't think we need to go through them again. I think John's read them out clearly. On that basis, we'd like to go to an electronic vote, please.
Oh, God, now it's this bloody thing.
Tim, we can hear everything you're saying.
Sorry. Pardon, I do apologise.
Thank you, Chair.
Just warning you.
I've just I've got all of the wording in. Unfortunately, it's cut off the last part of.
It's fine. We can see it.
What Mr. Pateman said, which is the last paragraph. But as long as members are content that they are aware of what Mr. Pateman has said in full. It's just the last couple of points. I think there's a word limit on here. So.
If anyone is not content that they're fully aware of what we're voting on, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll proceed. Okay, we're happy to proceed.
Okay, Chair. So I will now open the vote. This will appear on modern.gov under the plus sign in the agenda, and it will turn blue. You may have to scroll down the page to see the blue line for this vote.
Okay, and just to be clear, we're voting on what's before us if you're for minded to refuse rather than for the original proposal. So it's 4 minded to refuse.
Oh, got it. Oh, hang on, that's wrong.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. Have you?
Sorry, I'm supporting the proposal. Sorry.
Okay. I do have the option here to rerun it, so I will just open it again, so that we can take that one again. Apologies.
Well, for everyone.
I'm afraid so, Chair.
So voting for the recommended. Right, got it.
Right, I'll open it up again. Apologies, Chair. So then members can.
So everyone needs to vote one more time, please.
Yes, apologies.
It's not come up on us. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay.
Right, thank you, Chair. I can confirm that that was a unanimous vote for the proposal.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the last item for today, which is agenda item DC 20-04630, and over to Alex Scott to present.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can just present the presentation, so you can all see that. Right, so this is an application under Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act. It seeks variation to an existing planning permission at land west of Watersfield Road, Walsham Le Willows. The proposal is for 60 dwellings. And the proposed variation would increase the number of affordable dwellings previously approved by 10. So we are going from 21 affordable dwellings as previously approved to 31 as currently proposed. And for clarity, there is no increase in the amount of in the total amount of dwellings proposed. That would remain at 60. And the increase of affordable dwellings would be at the expense of market dwellings. So 10 more affordable dwellings, 10 less market dwellings proposed. There are also some minor revisions to the layout proposed in association with that. The design and types of dwellings will not change. However, there is the removal of a twin garage between plots 29 and 30. The provision of garden sheds for a number of dwellings, 27 I count, and some minor amendments to gates, walls, fences, boundary treatments. So I'll just run you through the presentation. This first slide shows the location of Walsham Le Willows within the district for the avoidance of doubt, and the general location of the site within the parish. Here is a wide-scale aerial map of the site and a closer view for you. This next slide shows the planning constraints. We're outside the settlement boundary of the village. Site here, and this dotted lines are public rights of way. The site location plan as submitted with the application. And this is the layout as currently proposed, and the dwelling types are color coded down the bottom right there as you're looking at it. And just for information, 1B, 2P, that indicates 1 bed, 2 person. And there are flat semi-detached dwellings, and the ones not referenced are detached dwellings, just for your information there. And we have on the left-hand side of your screen is what was previously approved as part of the previous reserved matters approval, and this is what is now currently proposed. A case of spot the difference, but We're looking at really the removal of this this double garage here and the addition of garden sheds. Those are the main changes proposed. And this is a breakdown of the housing and types proposed. So we have 29 market dwellings, 27 affordable houses, and 4 affordable flats. So that's 31 affordable dwellings in total. This is a 3D street scene layout for your information. And the front elevations as proposed, the proposed market dwellings and associated garages at the bottom. And the proposed affordable dwellings with the flats building down in the bottom left-hand corner. This is the waste management strategy, essentially, where the bins would be stored and presented on bin days. Boundary treatments plan, so red indicating walls and green fences. This is the parking plan. We'll be pleased to know no triple parking is proposed, and a minor breakdown here, which is, we think, in accordance with advisory parking standards and, excuse me, Suffolk Highways have raised no objection. And the materials plan as proposed, which is relatively the same as what has previously been approved, as is the phasing plan, and as is the landscape strategy, the surface water attenuation basin, child's play area, and increased landscape buffering, ecology benefits there as previously proposed and approved, so no significant changes there. Onto some photographs for you. I would stress that these are of some age. The development, as previously approved, has commenced, so I wasn't able to get down there and get any new photographs for various reasons, but hopefully this gives an idea of the site and how it did sit until relatively recently. Some views across the field. And those are the dwellings fronting Watersfield Road. And lastly, the near neighbour. Okay, that concludes the presentation. As per your papers, officer recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at all at this point? Yes, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask, just for a bit of clarity, I spotted the garage removal on the plan, and maybe I've missed the plot somewhere else, but can you confirm that there's no actual change to the style of the houses? They are literally going to be built exactly the same as they were before, but converted into, but being sold as affordable housing rather than market dwellings. And do we actually have a layout showing which ones are swapping from being market houses to affordable houses?
Right, yes, thank you, Councillor Mansell. I mean, first of all, yes, I just confirmed that the proposed dwelling styles will not change. It's simply that market houses before will transfer to affordables. That's all is proposed. So no changes to the type or styles of dwellings. Just the whether they would be affordable or open market. As per where exactly they are on the plan. Yes, it's a little bit difficult to to show, and I hadn't considered that question. I'm afraid, but if I can just go back.
I mean, are they sort of dotted about the site, or are they just like one row? And as well as clarifying that they're the same style of housing, they will be built to the same standard and specification.
Well, certainly the same standard and specification. I can definitely confirm that. As to where they were, I'll try and go back to the comparative layout. Yes, you can see that. All right. Okay. Yes. Let me just see here. So, so the affordable homes would be H7, 9A, 9A, which would be the purple homes. I think there might be a bit of yes, I do apologise. I should have anticipated this a little bit more. I may have to go away and get further information if that's essential. Apologies.
I don't know that it was essential. It was just interest, really, and the fact that because they've all got different specification numbers, that was what baffled me. I was thinking, oh, there's obviously something about this, whatever it was, H789A is being built as an affordable house, and none of the market houses have got that number, and that was why I was asking, really, that that are they just the same houses and they're just being turned into being affordable, and I presume they are dotted about the site.
May I come in on
that? Sorry.
May I come on that?
Yes.
So in terms of the description of the development, I've got here that it's from market to affordable to plots 27, 28, 29, 30. That's one group. Then we have 37, 38, and then we have 54, 55, 56, and 57. So the answer is they're not all together, but they're probably in three clusters, 27 through to 30. 37 through to, and 38, and then we have 54 through to 57. I don't know if that's identifiable on a plan on these slides, because I don't think that information is going to be very clear. Is it, Alex? Are you able to identify those clusters?
No, it's going to be very difficult, I'm afraid. But yes, thank you for that. And yeah, just looking at the report, yes, it would indicate there would be three clusters. I would need to produce a plan to make that clearer. Apologies that I didn't do that.
Let me, while the discussion continues, if you're okay, members, I will just very quickly see if I can just bring up the original plan on the file itself, and if I can zoom in to look at those plots, I can then hopefully share that with you. If we want to continue, I can come back to you on that point.
Okay, Councillor Field, then Councillor Matheson.
Yes, just a quick question. Surprised to see a change in that direction. So I was questioning, presumably that reduces the amount of sill we collect on the development. Does that have any impact at all on, say, educational allowances that come off, or are they determined by 106 or through the sill mechanism? So is there any impact in that direction that we don't expect?
Well, from my understanding, I mean, it wouldn't be the Section 106. All we're asking is for the affordable dwellings to be secured by the Section 106 plus contribution for secondary school travel. So any primary school contributions for the village would be secured by way of SIL. And as we have an increase in affordable housing, yes, the contributions may be less because of that.
Presumably provided from elsewhere. So
okay.
If I may just come in on that point, I can just show you where these affordable units are. I'm going to attempt the probably impossible here and try and share a different part of a screen that I don't normally share, but hopefully this works. Would that come up? Has that come up to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so plots 27 is this plot here. If you can see my cursor, I'm hoping you can, through to plots 30. So it's that cluster of 4 just there are changing from market to affordable. We then have 38 and 37, which is this semi-detached unit here. And we then have, what was it? It was 54, which is that one, through to 57. So it's those two sets of semis there. So in effect, they are quite spread out because you've effectively got a new group per road as you go across the site. Does that help?
Yep.
Great.
Thank you.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you. I think the as a long advocate of pepper potting social housing across sites, I think 3 clusters that must fit into any guidance really well. What I was just slightly puzzled about, we haven't seen a waste management strategy plan before that I recall, but what I do recall, and I can't find it on this application now, is a note about the bins being brought to collection points on the main road. Now that might have actually been the Whitton application that I read that on, but so am I right in understanding then that the end of you need a magnifying glass, which I'll just use it. So really, what we're saying is those green lines are the distance that the individual householders have to move their bins. In other words, most of them are just brought to the front of the house, and then the flats is a little more complicated, as one might expect. And so the vehicle is going to go right through the site. In fact, is that my understanding right?
Okay, we'll just get that answered for you, John, and then we'll move on to the ward member. Okay, can you answer that, please, Alex?
Yes, that's the general principle, really. The blue lines, yes, yeah, and it can get around. Yes, we have a swept path analysis and everything like that. So,
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we don't have any public speakers. We don't have anyone from the parish council or the applicant or agent or supporter or objector. So we go straight to the ward member, Councillor Richard Mayer. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. You'll perhaps be pleased to know that I've got very little to say other than the parish council are supportive of this change. That's it.
Any questions for the ward member? No. Okay, so we'll now move up to debate and over to members to discuss. Councillor Muller, first off.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really welcome this change, actually, to increase from 35% to 51.67% in affordable housing. I don't think I've ever come across this before. The parish council in favour of it, the ward members in favour of it. So I would just recommend approval for this application change. Thank you, Chair.
Much. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I too was going to say something pretty similar to Councillor Muller. I think this is a very welcome surprise, actually, to find that a developer wants to put more affordables in. I don't quite understand maybe the reasons behind it. That it might be concerns about less SIL payments, but if the parish council and the ward member are in favour of it, the loss of the one garage doesn't seem to have resulted in loss of parking spaces. It's just they won't have a garage, they'll have a shed. The inclusion of more garden sheds for bicycle storage sounds like a positive move. So I can't really see any reason not to approve this application. So I'm happy to second Councillor Muller's proposal.
Thank you very much. Councillor Passmore.
That's what I was going to say, so I'm very happy to support this. I think it's a very good, welcome development.
Thank you, and Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the inclusion of more affordables is actually probably a sign of the market forces, because of we're probably entering some slightly rockier times economically, and of course that money tends to be more ring fenced and copper bottomed. So this is hardly any surprise, although it is welcome and probably more in line with what communities need. At outline stage, I voted against this one because this particular design, they'd orientated most of the roofs so they couldn't benefit from most of the solar gain. I won't be that churlish a second time round. I will be voting in favour, but just mindful we need to get far better at orientation of buildings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have no one else that wishes to speak, and it has been proposed by Councillor Muller and seconded by Councillor Mansell as per the recommendations as laid out in our papers on page 421 and 422. Can we please go to an electronic vote?
So thank you, members. The vote is in the usual place in the modern.gov app. So if you press plus on the agenda, and then the vote will be highlighted in light blue. And just to note, obviously for anyone watching, that Councillor Mayer cannot take part as he is the ward member, as in line with Mid Suffolk Protocol.
Thank you very much.
Just waiting on one vote from Councillor Field.
You okay there, John?
Yes, it's there. I'd foolishly closed modern.gov.
That's come through
Should
now.
be there now.
Yep.
Okay, and the results of the vote are?
So that is unanimously approved, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. The only other agenda item is, do we have any site inspection requests that need to be reported to this committee?
No, Chair.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. And we've covered a lot of ground today, and it's been a long day, and thank you for dealing with all the technical interruptions at the beginning. Close the meeting at 15:42 and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for clarifying before we vote, giving us clarity on what we're voting on. That's been a sort of bone of contention in other meetings recently, and that's really helpful for you to clarify that. And thank you for doing it.
Indeed.
Pleasure, Councillor Stringer. Have a good afternoon.
Cheerio.